No, oh yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our conference. Whether you are here in presence or remotely, we thank you very much for your engagement, and we hope you enjoyed yesterday the discussions. And just a quick reminder again, let's make this journey also very actively participating online. So you can go through Slido, that you will have the code to scan it right now. My colleagues will put it. And let's go directly to our first roundtable today. I want to introduce our moderator of the session, Joanna Ketola, from the University of Turku, Finland. So please, Joanna, welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos, tanto aquí en Madrid como online, mirando el online stream. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to follow our first panel discussion today on using science diplomacy strategically to tackle geopolitical challenges in a fragmented, multipolar world. So my name is Johanna Ketola, and I will be moderating this first panel today. I'm currently affiliated with the University of Turku, where I do political science related to just recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. All the issues that we will be discussing today, be it geopolitics, multipolar world, or science diplomacy, all of them together, are very dear to me. Throughout my professional career, I've done 360 degrees of science diplomacy. From the foreign policy perspective, I've worked on the demand side and also on the supply side, having worked in different diplomatic postings and also at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Finland, applying and using science diplomacy, particularly in the post-Soviet space. I've also been on the supply side of science diplomacy, having worked in different policy-oriented research projects, including at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I continue to be a foreign policy think tanker at the Elizabeth Wren Bank of Ideas, developing co-creation methods, bringing together experts and policymakers. Many thanks for the organizers for inviting me here today. It's a true honor and pleasure. Muchísimas gracias, Ana y Jan, especialmente, and many thanks to all of the organizers that have made this possible today. Let us start by inviting to the stage our first keynote speaker, Mr. Björn Fegestein. He is a senior research fellow at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs and the CEO of political risk research consultancy Politea. His analytical interests include European foreign and security policy, geoeconomics, intelligence, and political risk for the commercial sector. Björn has a PhD from the Lund University and has held research positions at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government and the European University Institute in Florence. He is a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of War Sciences and serves on the Council of the European Council on Foreign Relations. He is the author of the 2022 report, Leveraging Science Diplomacy in an Era of Geoeconomic Rivalry Towards a European Strategy, for the Horizon 2020 project INCIDE. So, welcome to the stage, Björn, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Thank you also for the invitation to speak here. Now, if you're from Sweden, this is the season of singing Christmas carols, often out in the cold, which I've done. So if my voice doesn't really carry for 10 minutes, I'm sorry for that, but I'll do my best. So, using science diplomacy strategically to tackle geopolitical challenges in a fragmented, multipolar world. Now, that's a lot of strong words in one sentence, and I'll try to contribute with a few opening reflections on where we are, where we come from, and where we might be heading before I leave over to the panel to discuss this further. So let me start with some of the kind of the strategic context of European science diplomacy. And there are three factors that I believe will really shape the current science diplomacy efforts. And the first is the kind of the global challenges. This is the demand side of science diplomacy, and of course there is an enormous demand right now. Challenges that needs to be addressed by policymakers, being helped, of course, by science, but also to some extent by the epistemic community in itself more directly. And there's no lack of these kind of transnational challenges, often, although not only, tied to kind of the global commons, the shared spaces, such as our polar domains, the atmosphere, the environment, cyberspace. And these global challenges really are at the core of the kind of what we can call the modern science diplomacy agenda, as it was formulated about 15 years ago. If we can look, for example, on the 2010 very influential Royal Society report. And I think an underlying assumption at this time was that the world is kind of mainly troubled by what we political scientists would call coordination problems. Problems that would almost solve themselves as long as all the actors had good information and the same information and wanted to act upon that. And I think a similar construction is that if we look at EU foreign policy, is that of effective multilateralism, the idea that international cooperation, as well as EU actorness, could be strengthened by kind of a better performing multilateral system. And I think during this era, we can kind of sense a very strong belief in what science, often portrayed as a very almost non-ideological force of good, untainted by ambitions of power, what this science could achieve in relation to global challenges. Also, we can look at the international security problems at this time. It was terrorists, pirates, the occasional rogue states that need to be carried. All of these security challenges at that era had in common that they could be managed by the security establishment, the intelligence, the armed forces, etc. They didn't really demand any kind of support from the wider society, also including the scientific society. Now, these global challenges that we are looking at, they remain, as does the need, of course, for cooperation, but less so the kind of permissive structure of cooperation that existed at least for 15 years ago, and perhaps also the self-assurance of many scientists. So what has changed? Well, the second factor is that the unipolar era is ending. So the rise of China, slow but steady. We see an exit from a kind of unipolar era of US hegemony. China is catching up on, I would say, several fronts. And it's quite difficult to see any return to harmony in international relations, at least great power relations, for at least a few decades. And we see increasing levels of rivalry in different spheres: science, technology, military affairs, economic affairs, and a kind of a return of a zero-sum logic internationally. At the same time, this takes place with historical high levels of interdependence, especially between the US and China, on a totally different level than, for example, during earlier eras of great power rivalry and bipolarity. So, for example, between the US and the Soviet Union, which had far less levels of interdependency. And this interdependency that we have to remember that they were actively sought. It's not a bug. It was a feature of the Cold War and especially the post-Cold War era of liberal globalizations, with the hope that more interconnectedness between society would deliver more similar societies, the end of history narrative, but also more stability among regimes the more interdependent we were. This is not really the way it functions today. Rather, states tend to see these interdependencies as vulnerabilities, which they try to manage by way of large-scale de-risking strategies, how to manage vulnerabilities, and this applies to the science world as well. And I think we sometimes underestimate just how much of the undeniably very sympathetic concepts of this very liberal globalization era, how much they are tied to the prevalence of US hegemony. If we look at corporate social responsibility, sustainability, ESG, responsibility to protect, effective multilateralism, and indeed modern science diplomacy, these are all concepts that in one way or another way are tied to US hegemony and a very liberal world order. As that changes, we need to reinvent these concepts for an era of de-risking and geopolitical rivalry. And I think the global commons is a good example that I mentioned before. I think a long-standing narrative suggested that the main problem with these global commons was inadequate governance, that no one really cared, or that they were being used without considerations for others. While recent events and trends rather suggest that the global commons, such as space, the maritime domain, internet, are increasingly weaponized and used as choke points to have influence over other actors. And this is really recasting the kind of opportunities to use science diplomacy to manage these domains. Then the third kind of structural change is, I would say, the technological and scientific development in itself. I heard someone say that humans have always believed that they live in a unique era of scientific and technological development, and the humans have always been right in that feeling. But I think, and of course, the historians of science in here will see in a few decades if we were correct. But I think it's fair to say that we live in an era with pretty unparalleled developments, at least of technology. We see now not one, but several kind of emerging and most likely transformative technologies that will reach a level of maturity, so enter the market, enter the armies, or whatever they end up, within a historically extremely short time frame. And we don't know much about the effects on each of these, whether it's artificial intelligence or quantum. We know even less about the interaction effects between these technologies. But we do know that they have dual use capabilities or characters, so they will have relevance for both the civil and military world. And we do know that states bet on these technologies because they feel that this is the key to future power. So they spend lots of money, they invest in the innovation capabilities and in their efforts to control science and technology in order to secure future state power. So there's huge demand for science diplomacy in the sense of global and international issues, but we also have great power rivalry and an ongoing fierce tech race. So what does that mean for European science diplomacy? Well, first of all, is the issue of conflicting interests, which I think we need to accept. There is a kind of a recognition, I would say, within the EU system, where we are trying to find a balance between protection on one hand and cooperation on the other, especially in relation to closed or authoritarian regimes or system. I think there's also, less so perhaps, but a growing recognition that science diplomacy affects also diverging interests between or among EU member states. It is not always a win-win business. And I think that is something that needs to be part of any kind of analysis of how European science diplomacy might be brought forward. And it's, of course, it's easy to say, but I think we need to grasp that as any other form of diplomacy, science diplomacy is sometimes done together with others, but sometimes also done against others. It is a form of statecraft, as any other form of diplomacy. Now, second, this is increasingly how it is also seen within the EU system as a form of statecraft. We've seen especially science and innovation policies in the security field, the defense field has been increasing radically the last years in order to secure foreign policy ambitions such as a more secure neighborhood or the concept of strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty that is popular within the EU. There's an ever-increasing ambition to also control the output of science and technology, sometimes in tandem with the United States. Sometimes we do it with a more European profile as stipulated in the economic security strategy. There's also a large kind of STEM focus on current science and technology efforts. Interestingly, I think Josep Borrell, he famously quipped that Europeans, we need to learn the language of power. But if you listen to European diplomats, also within the External Action Service today, they are far more willing to speak about nanoships, foundries, qubits, generative artificial intelligence, rather than in a kind of Machiavelli. So science has clearly made an entry into EU foreign policy practice and talk at least. Finally, an effect is that European balancing becomes much more difficult in this kind of geopolitical rivalry. We have a much harder geopolitical divide between the US and China, and it puts the EU and Europe in a pretty tight spot. We do have a high commonality of interest, of course, with the United States, but we also have pretty much a likeness when it comes to with Japan, South Korea, when it comes to the scientific ambitions, especially in the Indo-Pacific domain. So the question is there room for more of a purely European approach to science and innovation cooperation, for example, in the Indo-Pacific? This, for example, this of course ties to the situation in Europe today. I would only assume that if we were better capable of actually managing, to a larger extent, our own security issues, we would also enjoy more autonomy in designing the kind of policies, including science and diplomacy, towards, for example, the Indo-Pacific. If we can't take care of our own security here in Europe, we will be very dependent also in other theaters or regions on kind of more adopting a European or a US perspective. So let me just end with three suggestions. If you want more specific, there are many of those in the report that was mentioned earlier. But I'll just say three things what the EU can do. One is really to strengthen a free and vibrant European scientific community. There is no science diplomacy or power by science diplomacy if you don't have a strong scientific base. And this is not only about the kind of the hard sciences that I perhaps discussed most now, about STEM, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, but also social sciences. We should not forget that we are involved in a great power rivalry that also is a rivalry between political regimes. And social sciences is a crucial asset of liberal democracies. And that's why illiberal leaders like Viktor Orban has such huge problems with the social sciences, of course. Second, there is a need to leverage also the science diplomacy stakeholders, so not only the academia and the diplomats need to cooperate. A big difference today compared to, for example, during the Cold War is that much of science and innovation actually emanates from the private sector. So how do we make use of that? How do we create networks to draw on the science coming from other parts of the larger kind of science diplomacy network? That's a big task both for EU and other actors. And finally, I would say that science diplomacy in a more kind of contested geopolitical world calls also for more of academic self-reflection. I mean, science diplomacy serves an end, and that is today usually tied to wider foreign policy goals. So the extent to which scientists and experts want to engage in and facilitate this form of statecraft comes down to actually their own beliefs and integrity, and I think this merits a very thorough discussion in Europe's kind of academic environments. Thank you. I think that was my 10 minutes. I'm happy my voice carried the full time.
Thank you so much, Björn. Tack ska du ha. Now we will welcome to the stage our wonderful crew today who will be representing in the panel. So first, let me invite to the stage Mr. Brian Wells. Please. Brian works as the NATO chief scientist as of 1st of July 2019. In his role, he has three major responsibilities. First, he serves as chair of the NATO Science and Technology Board. Second, he serves as the senior scientific advisor to NATO leadership, ensuring that appropriate and timely science and technology-based advice is provided to NATO senior decision makers. Finally, he leads the office of the chief scientist at the NATO headquarters. Please, you might take the seat, yes. Before his appointment as the chief scientist, Dr. Wells was the UK Ministry of Defence head of Science and Technology Policy, Strategic Research and International Engagement. His responsibilities included the provision of strategic policy advice on the international and research aspects of the Ministry's Science and Technology Programme. Additionally, he has been the chair of European Defence Agency's Research and Technology Steering Board. He joined the UK Ministry of Defence in 1988. He served as Assistant Private Secretary to the Secretary of State for Defence, and he has also held a range of other posts, including Deputy Director of NATO Policy and Director of Counter-Proliferation and Arms Control. During 1999 and 2002, he was secondment to what we now have the Department of Justice, as head of Administrative Justice. He was educated at the St. Catherine's College, Oxford, and Mercer College, Oxford. He graduated in chemistry in 1982 and was awarded a Doctor of Philosophy in 1985. He conducted 3 years of postdoctorate research at the Oxford University as a junior research fellow at Mercer College. We are very pleased to have you. And next, let me invite to the stage Stephanie Balm. She is the research professor and academic freedom officer at Sciences Po. She's currently a research affiliate with the International Science Council, ISC, and will serve as in the future director of Sciences Po Center for International Studies. She previously held the position of dean at the University College with an international academic career spanning 13 years. In China, she also generated experience as a diplomat in scientific and university cooperation. Her teaching and research focus lies on several areas, including in China's scientific rise, the EU-China-US relations, and science diplomacy. Her work predominantly centers on tech diplomacy, international governance of science, and the role of humanities in science diplomacy. And next, we have Luc van Langenhove, professor in international affairs from the Brussels School of Governance, Belgium. Luc is a psychologist by training and combined academic career with civil servant assignments. He acted as the Secretary General of the Science Policy Ministry of Belgium and worked for more than 15 years for the UN as Director of the United Nations University Center on Regional Integrations. He was the coordinator of the LCSID project funded by the European Commission, and he is the author of many books and articles on different social sciences fields. His latest book is The Legacy of 1947, Birth and Future of Current World Ordering. He has also been one of the key developers of positioning theory. So welcome to the stage, Luke. Next, we have Dr. Muriel Helbig. She is the Vice President of the DAAD since 2020. Since 2014, she is the president of Technische Hochschule Lübeck. Her career path involved working as program coordinator at the Graduate Academy at the University of Jena and head of international relations. She was also the coordinator of the International Research Training Group, Conflict and Cooperation Between Social Groups, and Graduate School Human Behavior in Social and Economic Change, both at the FSU and Jena, Germany. She studied psychology at the University of Potsdam and completed her doctorate in 2006 in an international graduate program at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena. And last but not least, let us invite Rasmus Bertelsel, who is a professor of Northern Studies and the inaugural Barron's Chair of Politics at the Arctic University of Norway. He's the 2022-2023 Nansen Professor of Arctic Studies at the University of Akureyri, Iceland. He's a Danish national who grew up in Reykjavik and has deep personal and professional commitment to the North Atlantic and Arctic. Rasmus studied in Copenhagen, Reykjavik, Geneva, Lausanne, and Amsterdam. His PhD is from the University of Cambridge with a year at Sciences Po. He was a postdoc at Harvard, United Nations University, and Aalborg University. Main research interests include international and Arctic order, transnational flows of knowledge between the East and West. Rasmus directed the work package developing the European science diplomacy theory and strategy in the Horizon 2020 project INCIDE. From 2020 to 2021, Rasmus was on sabbatical at Sorbonne University and visited Friedrich Alexander University in Erlangen, Germany. He coordinated the Norwegian-Russian PhD course Society and Advancement Technology in the Arctic, which is now paused, and the Norway-EU Science Diplomacy Network. So very much welcome to this panel discussion. We are very, very happy to have you with us today. We will first start with a theme related to the fragmented, multipolar, and non-Western world. A couple of words of introduction to the theme. As has been discussed in this event several times, we witnessed the gradual fragmentation of the post-Cold War order. This implies the decline of US unipolarity and hegemony and the rise or return of the rest, especially China. In some cases, the Chinese and European interests overlap, but their approaches and interpretations regarding multipolarity in global affairs differ. We might be heading to a Sino-American bipolar, somehow multipolar system, where the US is still the strongest power materially and immaterially. The rules-based order and its credibility and legitimacy is increasingly questioned outside the so-called Western world. So against this backdrop, and this question goes to Brian especially, how can the EU and NATO best reach out to nations beyond their scope? And this is beyond Europe and North America. They do so already, of course, but what more can we do?
Thank you, and thanks to the host, the Presidency of the European Council, for reaching out to NATO to include them in this fascinating event. I'd like to highlight 3 areas where I think we can do more, both individually and together, to reach out to nations beyond the scope of NATO and the EU. The first concerns countries that already have good relations with NATO and with the EU. For NATO in science and technology, this is particularly, but not exclusively, a group of nations that we call the Indo-Pacific Four. Let me add a bit of colour to that. At the launch of the NATO 2030 reflections process, which was launched in June of 2020, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg talked about the need to work even more closely with like-minded partners. And he called out particularly 4 countries: Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea. Nations that have already been mentioned in this panel discussion already. And he mentioned these in context of defending global rules and global institutions against themes that have already been mentioned. But also, he said explicitly that he wanted to work with like-minded nations to set norms and standards in new technologies. And I think that's key here for science diplomacy. And I should say that in relation to whether science diplomacy includes just the physical sciences or the social sciences as well, as NATO chief scientist, I am convinced that we should include the social sciences as well as the more traditional physical sciences that are traditionally associated with the defense and security sector. We can't make progress on very many areas without including social sciences as well as psychiatric sciences and so on. When the Secretary General visited Japan in January of this year, he made explicit reference to cooperation on new technology with Japan through the NATO Science and Technology Organization. And indeed, I had the honor to chair a hosted event in NATO headquarters last month to deepen relations with a number of partners who already have strong ties with science and technology in NATO. Dialogue with these partners is essential. It is a continuous process. So that's the first area that I would highlight. Those nations that already have strong relations with NATO and the EU, we need to continue our dialogue with them. The second area is countries that want to develop relations, most likely with us both, with NATO and the EU. And for NATO, certainly, science and technology is a less controversial way to start to develop relations. The scientists have common ground. They're interested in difficult problems. They can work together to make a good start in developing relations between an international organization and a nation. The third area I would mention is that I was struck by the Madrid Declaration on Science Diplomacy, which states that science diplomacy is often not fully exploited at all levels of governance, but it mentioned in particular supranational levels. Successive NATO-EU joint declarations call for science and technology cooperation, and most recently, the 2023 Joint Declaration explicitly calls for strengthened cooperation in new technologies. And I do believe that events like this help increase our mutual understanding between NATO and the EU on science diplomacy. Our relations with third countries have some details in public, but mainly not. And of course, we should abide by this fact. But better mutual understanding between NATO and the EU on science diplomacy is surely a good thing. Thank you for the question.
Now? Yes. So, let us take back. So there can be no discussion today on science diplomacy and the New World Order without specifically taking up the role of China. What is China's role in the emerging role, and what does it signify to both science diplomacy and to the EU? So I would at this stage like to invite Stephanie to elaborate a bit more concretely what is China's approach to science diplomacy and what does it mean to the European Union?
Does it work? Yes, wonderful. So first of all, when we consider China and China science diplomacy, so China is a huge country, but when we consider China science diplomacy, then it's much bigger, far beyond its own borders. So first of all, what is quite interesting, China does have weaknesses, and we tend to forget it. And probably its political system, it's its main asset and its main constraint. The level of internationalization of science, of China's science, is very weak as well. We've seen very few Nobel Prizes of Chinese origin, for example. So I could go on and give you the list of weaknesses of China's science, but we also need to look at its main strengths. And among the upper middle income group, in terms of global innovation, China is #1 since many, many years. China's higher education system has evolved at a point that within the 100 top universities in the world, you find 4 Chinese universities, and I can go on and on. In terms of global innovation, in terms of research and development innovation, China is really at the top, as an ambition, as a vision, and as really the ways and the means to realize its ambitions, okay? In terms of science diplomacy, it's manifold, it's very comprehensive. It goes from space diplomacy to Arctic diplomacy. It wants to establish a Sinocentric global digital order, has many policies to attract talents from the rest of the world, and is investing a lot in what is called the Global South. So today, we are not training the Global South. China is training the Global South. This is going to have a huge effect in the long term. And all of this is enshrined in a policy which is called the Digital Silk Road. And within the Digital Silk Road, it means developing e-commerce, developing fintech, developing higher education systems, basically developing a science diplomacy policy in a very concrete way in the Global South. So this is what we need to know about China. Then what about the EU now, and how do we react to that? First of all, I think we also need to think about EU and the US transatlantic relations, science diplomacy towards China, because the US has a science diplomacy in a way toward China. We've seen it under Mr. Trump with the China Initiative. Mr. Biden has transformed this policy in the CHIPS Act. Let's take this example as a main way of describing the US policy toward China. We have researchers, and I'm among one of them, who try to really address this issue from a scientific perspective. We can draw the lessons from the China Initiative. So what did we learn as Europeans about the China Initiative? Meaning, what has been the US initiative towards China, and what can we draw from it? So China Initiative basically was a way to stop a lot of scientific collaboration between China and the US. We've seen that the decoupling effect is on the way. So there are less and less top research done by Chinese scientists and US scientists. So, and it has had very interesting effects. Somehow we've seen much more basic research being organized within China as an effect to respond to the US decoupling effect. And we see also Chinese researchers trying to find new collaborations, international collaboration, because there is a very low level of internationalization collaboration in China. And the EU could take the advantage of it. The European Union could take advantage of it. So we are I think, in a situation where just like the US, our assessments toward China's science is the same. We see the risks, political risk, scientific risk, because of the importance of techno-nationalism in China, but we might have a different approach and a different strategy. So our strategy is definitely to avoid the decoupling effect. We're more into the de-risking aspect of it. So I think we do need to basically, we need not to be dependent on short-term domestic US politics, because it changes every 4 years and it might not be in our advantages. But we also need to, just like the US, set up a certain kind of rules as how do we do research and why research and cooperation is important not only for science but also for building up a democratic society. And we need to be very selective in which kind of research do we do with China. And I think this is a level of maturity where now the EU is, but we really need to avoid the trap of being dependent both on China and on the US. In very, very short, a short way to explain some quite complicated aspects. I could go on, but I don't think it would be appropriate.
Many think that is fascinating. So de-risking instead of decoupling. Any instant reactions to Stéphanie's commentary? I don't see it. Oh, Brian, please.
Thank you. I think that the phrase de-risking rather than decoupling is absolutely right. NATO as an organization is open to dialogue, constructive dialogue with China to build reciprocal transparency. But we should be aware of the risks. The West's technological edge faces strategic competition, and we need to be careful which areas we research together on, as has been said. So thank you.
Now, going from China to the world order level, and this question is primarily to Rasmus, and the others can then take the floor afterwards. What should science diplomacy look like in the post-Western world? What type and kind of role there is for science diplomacy in adapting global governance to such a post-Western world? Please, Rasmus, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here, and congratulations to the organizers for this fantastic conference. I think one way to look at this, a way I think about this, is that when we look at the world population today, and this topic we've been talking a lot about already this morning, global change, power transition. So the world population today is about 8 billion people. And I think the West is probably, or what, of course we can discuss very much what is the West, but roughly speaking, the West is perhaps 1 billion people. So we are 1 out of 8. And I think the world population is expected to rise to 10 billion people, and the West will probably not rise in any way, so will be 1/10. One way of looking at power in international relations, and for fellow political scientists, my realist inclination will shine through, that power and relative power, you can use a very simple formula, population times level of economic development times science and technology development. And as has just, Brian just used the term Western scientific and technological advantage, or I don't remember the exact word you used. But of course, Western relative predominance in the world last couple of 100 years, and imperial colonial predominance, and Björn Fagerstein referred to US hegemony, US unipolarity after the Cold War, that predominance, of course, has been very much resting on levels of economic development where science and technology is very much part of that. But that, of course, also means that when economic development and science and technology development takes off in other parts of the world, that basic relative power equation changes and changes markedly. And that is, of course, what we are seeing very much in recent decades, and which we continue to see, which is very much the topic of our discussion here. And there, I think we are at a fork in the road for world affairs, where, of course, the vast majority of humanity, they have completely legitimate aspirations for much higher levels of welfare and quality of life. But that will, of course, very markedly change that equation of relative power. And that demands that market development, that of course demands sustainable development at a global scale. And without sustainable development, how to say, advancing the welfare of the vast majority of mankind will, of course, climatically, biodiversity-wise, be completely unsustainable. And that sustainable development, where that is science diplomacy for our STEM colleagues, will be absolutely crucial. But then the question of global governance, because the global governance system, the world order system, will also have to change very much. And there, as a political scientist and political science professor, and I've had the opportunity to participate very much in Nordic-Chinese academic cooperation since 2012 and Norwegian-Russian academic cooperation since 2014, I do think that the social sciences and humanities science diplomacy with adversaries, counterparts, whatever you want to call it, I think that's very important. And I think it's very important that we in the West, we maintain, we develop the social science, humanities, science diplomacy at a global level. Because I do think that the social sciences and humanities global collaboration, global dialogue serves a very important function as intellectual basis for developing global governance. I'm very concerned with what I see as a weakening global social sciences, humanities, intellectual basis for global governance, for adaptation, for development of global governance. I also think we should notice that the really difficult and really consequential discussions in the world today, conversations, where do they take place? They take place in Turkey, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. They don't take place in Geneva or Vienna. And I think that should be a concern for us. But of course, there are many, many pitfalls. There are many, how to say, institutional and personal pitfalls in that. And I have also myself been very interested in questions of what I call risk, safety, and security concerning science diplomacy, where we already heard about dual use, intelligence interference. These are practical problems with practical solutions. And I'll end on this note. What I'm most concerned about myself is moral panic, a moral panic around what I would call a global social sciences and humanities engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rasmus. Any instant reactions? Anyone wanted to take the floor? Very much thank you for mentioning the role of social sciences and humanities. And let's go to the second theme of today, which addresses the question, is science diplomacy for cooperation or competition amid the geopolitical rivalry? As noted by our keynote speaker in his article in 2022, which has been mentioned here today before, the science diplomacy has also great potential for the European Union. So it's not only safety, security, and risks. However, it is also an area with inherent tensions, and these tensions are located, according to the article, between the academic freedom and in the instrumentalization of science, and between the gains of international cooperation and the risk it entails, and between global public goods and national gains. He concluded that the European science diplomacy strategy must bridge these tensions and balance between these different interests. So here's to you, Luc. What are the areas of science diplomacy where the EU should focus upon?
Okay, yes, that's much better. Thank you very much. Well, basically, what could and what should the EU do is indeed the main issue. But first, let me try to frame this problematic, this question, by saying that we have to be careful in labeling the present day situation as a post-Western world. I don't think we are going to post-Western because the world order has never been really Western at all. It has been the ambition of some countries, the US, European colonial powers and stuff, to be the dominant force in the world. And with the end of the Cold War, we were thinking, oh great, we are close to it, everybody's going now to become a liberal democracy. That didn't happen at all. So we are moving towards a system, a world order, where we have different competing world order views next to each other. And that will give rise to more and more competition. And it's in that context, I think, that we have to think about what is possible, what could be done at the European level. Basically, I see three areas where we can do things with science diplomacy. The first one is that we have to look at the level of Europe as an actor. Europe is not homogeneous. It consists out of different member states, and as somebody already mentioned, let's say the interest of one member state does not always coincide with the interests of other member states. And on top of it, we have, so to speak, holes in the European architecture. We have a number of countries that are not part of the EU, but still are in Europe. Think Switzerland, think Great Britain, the United Kingdom, and stuff like that. Now, what is the main issue at that level? It is that we have to make sure that Europe is able to compete with other actors. The competition is very fierce, and we have to make possible all kinds of steps that will help us in reaching that level of competition. One of the issues in this regard is the commitment to open science. I think it's very important that we continue to support everything that has to do with open science, not only publications, but also open data, the fact that researchers can travel freely around in Europe. That will make Europe as an actor more, let's say, attractive in the worldwide competition that is going on. In that respect, I have the feeling that we are gradually moving towards an anti-open science tendency. That is, that what I would call a kind of scientific protectionism is becoming more and more important in the discourse of several people. We know that, yes, technological sovereignty is important, technological autonomy. We use sanctions in the field of scientific cooperation. We are told that we should be careful with cooperating with the Chinese because the Chinese colleague might as well be a spy, etc., etc. All of these things are probably, to some extent, valuable remarks and comments, but we have to be careful that it's not the beginning of a, let's say, tendency to close the borders of scientific cooperation. That's one area, what we do within Europe. The second area is that we have to turn towards the neighborhood, the neighbors of Europe, of the European Union, and the neighbors of the neighbors as well. There we can see that we, of course, are in a way surrounded by a number of problematic states, problematic areas, conflicting states, weak states, sometimes always. And by the way, I'm not counting the UK in that area of weak states, but not yet. But we have to capitalize on the power that Europe has as a scientific actor. We are one of the major players in the world. That gives us a potential of using soft power that we can mobilize in the neighborhood of Europe. And then thirdly, there is a whole issue of the global multilateral architecture and the global challenges that are before us. And the one issue that I really want to stress in this respect is climate change. Climate change is the area where we all will have to work together. We cannot simply design a policy within Europe and say, okay, we are going to solve our part of the climate change. That is not working. It will only work if we have a global commitment of all parties that are in the possibility of having climate change governance efforts. So these are the three things that I would say are for me the most important ones. The one that we have to work on European competitiveness, that's one. Secondly, the use of soft power in the region and the neighborhood. And three, the participation to global governance of climate change. Thank you.
I see Muriel's hand up, please.
Is it on? Ah, perfect. Thank you so much. Listening to the keynote and to the commentators here and reading some of the comments really makes me think about our concept of science diplomacy, and I would like to take the opportunity to take just a short step back. So what you just mentioned, that we're not just talking about sciences, is also a comment that we received from the online audience. So we're talking about academics, we're talking about different aspects of different research areas in different fields, so not just the hard sciences, as we like to call them, but academic cooperation in general. And this concept of science diplomacy that we're talking about, I think, deserves taking a step back and looking at the actors that are actually promoting the science or at the academics. So I think we can all agree that there's no science diplomacy without science, and that there's no science diplomacy without international cooperation. And in order to have this international cooperation and this science, we need to have a framework for these people to meet and to be able to work together. And listening to ourselves talk about science diplomacy, I would just like to emphasize the words that we're using. So we're making this a very complicated and very hard issue. I heard someone say we need to use science diplomacy for our benefits. We're talking about risks, we're talking about challenges, we're talking about new world orders, we're talking about maybe having been naive in the past and so forth. And if I look at the people that are conducting science diplomacy, those are researchers, professors, teachers. If I go back to my own university and if I would ask them, how do you feel as a science diplomat? They would look at me strangely and they would say, I have great contacts to colleagues all over the world. I like to teach my students and so forth. So my point right now, I just wanted to throw this in is what I really like about this term science diplomacy, that is that it sounds extremely hopeful, and that it sounds like a path forward, and that it sounds like another good reason to conduct international cooperation. If we frame it in a way that makes it extremely difficult and maybe even scary, then how are we going to find young people learning Chinese? How are we going to find parents promoting their children to yearn for a stipend to go to some country that is maybe not as like-minded as we are. So what I would just like to emphasize is I understand the difficulties and the issues completely, and we should not be naive. But in order to conduct science diplomacy for the benefit of us all, we must first promote international cooperation and not overburden it with too much, I will say, not overburden it with too much politics.
Please, Stephanie.
Thank you. So I understand not too much politics in science diplomacy, but politics is there, exists, and usually it's the winner of the game and scientists are losers. So let me take maybe a counter-example of the necessity probably to politicize a little bit the debate in science diplomacy. And here it is. I think we do need to deconstruct the notion of global south and the West. And I'm going to give you a very simple example, as I'm a China person here. So China is a communist country, as we know. Communism is a European philosophy. It comes from the West, if I'm not mistaken. Even Mr. Marx used to say one country should never become communist. It's China, because it's an agrarian country. And now it's one of the last one in the world, providing with a Western philosophy and with an ambition of the United States of 1930s to become the first scientific power around the world. So basically China's, scientific power and ambition is based on the ambition of the Old West that we don't even, endorse anymore. So we need to deconstruct the fact that we are seen as the West from the Global South. The Global South doesn't exist as much as the West exists. So just because we don't have time, I would say it's not so much, a conflict of civilization, but a political conflict between countries which try to be democratic, even with a lot of making a lot of mistakes, and how difficult it is to be a democratic society, and countries which do not want and refuse to become democracies. And what is interesting for us is, for the first time, we have an authoritarian country which might become the first scientific superpower, during this century. Well, we thought that only democracies could become scientific superpower because you need to think out of the box, because you need to live in a very free environment. But actually the type of science which is produced today in the 21st century around the necessity of gathering data, the new technologies, they serve authoritarian states as much as authoritarian states serve this kind of political systems. So that's why we need to have not a political naive vision of this world, but a really over-politicized version of it. So my second point I want to make is competition is normal. It's fine. And it shouldn't prevent us from doing cooperation, but we have to be, again, not so naive in doing it. Last point, I think the term liberal arts needs to be back. We need to organize liberal arts, which means transdisciplinary training programs, gathering students, putting students in a situation to study both physics and philosophy. And that's also because this is the way we produce science today. It has to be absolutely transdisciplinary, and most of authoritarian systems are really good at producing science in silos, but not as transdisciplinary, and China is a good example of it.
I see Rasmus, please.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Thank you. That was very, very inspiring. Sorry, I got confused. And I was just thinking, I referred briefly to this topic of risk, safety, and security concerning science diplomacy that I've been interested in myself. And I agree very much with how to say that international cooperation and depoliticization is at the basis of these things. But there are very practical concerns that have to be taken into account. My university in northern Norway, we have been the subject of massive online intrusions, data intrusions, probably from Russian intelligence. I was one of the targets of these. We've also been a target of human intelligence intrusion, the fake Brazilian, some of you may have heard about. And of course, Norway has also used people-to-people relations with Russia in attempted human intelligence operations in northwest Russia, which failed spectacularly, and I'm sure there are other operations that we don't know about that succeeded. So there are very practical safety concerns, and individual researchers and universities should be well versed in that for both institutional and personal safety. Stephanie, if I can just briefly respond to when you talk about democracies and non-democracies. I confessed my realist inclination a moment ago. It may be very right that internally we have liberal democracies in the West, but it's also clear that liberal democracies, not least the big colonial powers, have and continue to exercise massive violence outside. So perhaps for outsiders, the democratic nature of these liberal democracies is less interesting, relevant, when these liberal democracies have, and I think continue, to exercise colonial exploitation and massive levels of violence. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion so far. We would here break the panel discussion for a moment and ask our disruptive voice to be with us on the stage. I would like to invite Dr. Maria Goncharova to the stage, who is a senior researcher at the Institute of Hydrobiology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Her specialty is aquatic toxicology and physiology of hydrobionts. Since the end of 2022, she has been working as a researcher at the Department of Environment and Agronomy here in Spain, under a program for scientific cooperation with Ukraine. This is to reflect that science diplomacy is not only about geopolitics, great power competition, and technological struggle, but it's also about people. Please, Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the first European Science Diplomacy Conference. I'm a senior research scientist at the Institute of Hydrobiology of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. In light of the full-scale war launched by Russia in Ukraine, I and my children were forced to leave the country. And I had to look for a laboratory abroad in which I could work and improve my scientific knowledge. And I'm very grateful to the Spanish National Research Council, CSIC, and the Ministry of Science and Innovation of University for their deep implication in scientific diplomacy. During such a difficult time for my country, they offer Ukrainian scientists the opportunity to work in the various scientific projects and institutes throughout Spain. And after being selected to participate in the CSIC program of scientific cooperation with Ukraine, I work at the Department of Environment and Agronomy at the National Institute for Agricultural and Food Research and Technology. I'm grateful to the head of the project, Maria Luisa Fernandez Cruz, and the direction of this institute for their decision to join this program. The title of the project is Toxicity of Nanomaterials Against Fish and the Implementation of OECD Test Guideline 249 for Nanomaterials. OECD assists countries in harmonizing guidelines for the testing of chemicals and good laboratory practice. This test guideline was developed for a wide range of contaminants, and I hope to contribute in its implementation for nanomaterials. The application in my country of the specific knowledge and skills obtained in this project will contribute to the integration of OECD standards into Ukrainian practice and to the development of Ukrainian science. We are very grateful for European support of Ukrainian people and Ukrainian science for funding many programs and projects for Ukrainian scientists. And we hope for further fruitful scientific cooperation between our countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Maria, for sharing your personal story. And this leads to perhaps our last discussion item today. We are running out of time regarding values and principles in science diplomacy when it comes to Europe. So, question perhaps to Brian first. What are the limits of science diplomacy when dealing with these non-democratic countries that we have been discussing today, Russia, China? For example, has Russia's brutal war against Ukraine changed your views on the rules of the science diplomacy game?
Thank you for the question. I think Russia's illegal and unprovoked war on Ukraine has changed many things. It's certainly, from a NATO perspective, the Bucharest summit way back in 2008 committed to Ukraine becoming a member of the alliance, and the Vilnius summit this year recognized that Ukraine's path to full Euro-Atlantic integration has moved beyond the need for a membership action plan. So the use of science diplomacy to strengthen the resolve of like-minded nations remains vital here. And we use it to support Ukrainian scientists like we have just heard, including in the NATO Science and Technology Organization. We should not be naive. This is a brutal and unprovoked war, but science diplomacy, in my view, is a tool to be used. Thank you.
Question for the organizers. Do we still have a few more minutes for a wrap-up? Is there somebody here? Let's give floor to Muriel, and then we will have a wrap-up session.
Yes, thank you so much. I would really like to make a very, very urgent plea that we allow academics and scientists to be academics and scientists, and that they can have the international cooperation that they need. I do understand that we have to balance our political interests with our academic interests, and that's a balance that is not easy, and that has to be taken into account step by step and in regard to the specific situation. But if we do want an advancement in research, in teaching, in transfer, then our goal has to be to support science and to really support them morally, by believing in the science and by allowing them to cooperate. And we need to support them through funding, and we need to support them through the freedom of research and teaching. And we cannot do that if we scare them. I'm putting this plainly, but if we talk about risk, and if we talk about sanctions, and if we talk about difficulties, and maybe even have we been naive and has science been at fault for some of the situations, I do believe that we have to enable scientists and academics to be able to navigate through a complicated world without being afraid of a shitstorm maybe at one time, or without being constantly reminded that the difficult partners need special treatment. I do understand that we have to be careful, but I would urge us to really support our academic institutions and our individual scientists to conduct their international research at a comprehensive and reasonable and free way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel, for reminding us about the positive potential of science diplomacy continuously. Do we have a few more minutes? There was somebody on the audience. We will take one question and then we will wrap up. Please.
Hi, my name is Rafael González Quirós from the Spanish Institute of Oceanography. It was said that climate change is plays a major role and will be an area to collaborate internationally because it's a common problem. I would like to add to that the ocean, because it will play a major role in the dynamics of climate change in the medium and the long term, but also because it's a moving fluid that takes problems and solutions from one place to another, and also because 60% of the ocean surface is under international waters. So on that, we have to collaborate to manage those international waters for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and this is also a question that we got from the audience. Now let's turn to a wrap-up. Briefly, in 30 seconds, each of you, what would be your key recommendation for the European Science Diplomacy Framework? What is absolutely necessary to take into consideration?
In general?
Yes.
Okay. In general, holding, firm the values of the European Union, and within the and in the academics, it would definitely, as Muriel said, academic freedom. Academic freedom, celebrating academic freedom, not only being defensive, but celebrating it. Because today, neither the US nor the Global South can really, project a sort of a positive vision on academic freedom. So celebrating it means defining it and defending it from a legal perspective, but from a political perspective as well. And with academic freedom comes the rest. It means the importance of academics within science diplomacy. It's meaning understanding what doing research means and what science brings in terms of development to the rest of the world. And the last point, and another point, two other points, having priorities. We can't do everything, so we need priorities, probably ocean and the green and the blue together. And also not focusing on one area of research development, but really being comprehensive. So if we have to focus on China because we cannot not deal with China, we also need to have, counter China through the Indo-Pacific strategy on science and development.
Brian, please.
Thank you. It's hard for an official of NATO to make recommendations to the EU, but if I was to, I would strongly... Is that better? Right, thank you. I'll start from the top, if I may. It's difficult for an official of NATO to be making recommendations to the European Union, but if I were to, it would be to support the comment from the audience on the importance of climate change. NATO's own laboratory, the Centre for Maritime Research and Experimentation, is doing some groundbreaking work on the climate change implications of the melting of the Greenland ice pack, which could affect significantly European weather systems. This is an international issue, and I would strongly support the comments that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My main recommendation at this moment would be that I think that science diplomacy needs academic anchoring. It needs to be really firmly established within universities, within university departments, which means that there should be funding, basic funding available, that there should be dialogue with other scientific disciplines, and yes, the social sciences will have to play a very important role in further developing science diplomacy. Thank you.
I think it's very important to think in a long-term perspective, an intergenerational perspective. And it's very important to continuously train the next generation of graduate students, postdocs, in this activity. I have observed in northern Norway, since the mid-1970s, Norway and the Soviet Union had very good fisheries, marine science cooperation. And you can see one generation training the next generation in that collaboration with the Soviet Union, with the Russian Federation. So when you break up that kind of training, you're going to see the results maybe 10, 20 years down the line. So we continuously need to train the next generation for the hard collaboration. But that training today, it also has to include safety and security concerns. Basically, how you don't get compromised and you don't get recruited. Thank you.
I really liked what we started out with, which was celebrating academic freedom. And I really like how we come to an end by looking to the next generation and saying we need to encourage them to be competent on the international academic floor. And I think that is really, really important, that we look to the future and look to the next generation of students and encourage them to continue international academic cooperation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for making the wrap-up easy for me. Thank you so much for all our panelists. Let's give them a big hand. And let's join for coffee break.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, now we will have a 30 minutes break. There is coffee waiting outside. Please enjoy and see you back here at 11, please. Thank you.
Hola. Hola. Sí, hola. Sí, hola.
Hello, good morning. Just to check, can you hear me? Alexandre Fazel from Bern, Switzerland.
Good morning. I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's start our next panel. And for that, I will hand it over to our next moderator, Dovile Gailute Janusona, Science and Innovation Advisor from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Lithuania. Please, thank you.
Dear State Secretary Fazel, Director General Quest, dear colleagues, Panel 2 will focus on how to make European diplomacy more strategic, effective, and resilient through scientific evidence and foresight. We will have both sides represented in the panel. Scientists who are also part of various international and European networks and platforms, as well as diplomats working particularly in the field of science diplomacy. We will start the panel with a keynote speech delivered by Stephen Quest, Director General of European Commission's Joint Research Centre. Besides more than 25 years of the European civil service experience, as Director General, he is particularly focused on modernizing organizational culture and promoting innovation within the Commission. So I would kindly ask Director General Stephen Quest to take the floor. He will join us virtually.
Thank you so much, Dovile, for the kind introduction, and good morning, everybody. Dear State Secretary Fezel and members of the panel and colleagues and friends. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to join you personally, but it's a real pleasure to beam in virtually for this session, which I think is really important, making European diplomacy more strategic, effective, and resilient through scientific evidence and foresight, a very important topic. And I'd like to share in this intro some key ideas from the perspective of the European Commission's Joint Research Centre. But first, really want to congratulate the Spanish presidency for the excellent program you put together for this two-day event. Really a great panel as well for this session. So I hope that this input can give some useful impetus and food for thought in your subsequent discussions. Now, just to give some context to the points that I want to make in a minute, I'd just like to take a second to explain what the European Commission's Joint Research Centre is and what we do. So the JRC is the European Commission's in-house science and research service. So what we do is provide the independent, evidence-based science and knowledge which is needed to support EU policies, and in doing that we aim to have a positive impact on society. So in short, what we're doing is we're putting the science into the policy, and we're doing this both across the whole spectrum of EU policies, and we do it right through the whole policy cycle. Just to give you a couple of examples of our work, which is linked, I think, to the area of diplomacy or international relations. We provided, for example, technical support and expert analysis for the European External Action Service when they're working on the nuclear deal with Iran. Another example is how our science is supporting the EU's position at the UN Convention on Combating Climate Change. Another example would be the sort of technical support we give and supervision of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. So what that means is that our scientific data is used almost in real time to help international aid get to the people who need it most when we have a natural or a man-made disaster. So we're using scientific evidence and data to really respond in real time. And a final example, looking ahead a bit, is the work we do in foresight, where we're looking to provide technical analysis to underpin the work of the Commission. When we're looking ahead, we produce annual strategic foresight reports, but when we do foresight, we also work internationally, so it's another vector for scientific diplomacy. So a wide portfolio of activity, just to set the scene there. So why do we think this is so important, and why do we need to be focusing on using scientific evidence in general and for diplomacy in particular? I'll give you three reasons. I think they're not the only three reasons, but three reasons that really strike me in particular. I mean, the first is perhaps self-evident, but I would say that decisions that are informed by facts and evidence are simply better decisions. So if we use scientific evidence, it can help us to identify problems, it can help us to better understand problems, and hopefully it can help us to properly frame problems. So without that underpinning, we're going to struggle to find the best solutions because we simply won't know what we're talking about. And I think that science can also help us to develop solutions, but also tease out the trade-offs and the tensions that decisions necessarily have to take into account, because we're not working in a simple linear or binary world. That brings me a bit to my second point, which is the integrating function of science. I think this is a really important contribution that we can bring to the table. We all know that the challenges we're facing are extremely complex. They're coming at us very fast. And so an ability to join the dots, to see the connections, it's not now an option, it's really a necessity. And what we do in the Joint Research Centre is try to exploit the power of science to really help policymakers see these connections. How do the different domains join together? Because if you can't see those connections, you're going to struggle again to take the right decisions. And this seems to me to be extremely relevant in the realm of diplomacy because of the complexity that you're facing, and therefore a vital constituent part of developing common European responses to global issues. And perhaps a third and final reason why I think science is crucial is that we need to exploit the power of foresight to make our work, and including our diplomacy, as anticipative as possible. Because the more anticipative it is, the more effective it is, the more strategic it is, the more resilient it is. Now, of course, not easy to do this in a world where the crises of today are really squeezing us and squeezing out time to think about the problems of tomorrow. That's why we've worked very hard to really embed foresight thinking into the policy-making process to prepare us for what's coming at us. We've got a variety of techniques we use to do this, but the objective really is always to try and future-proof policies. So we curate megatrends. We've built reference scenarios so that you can use these reference scenarios to really stress test your proposals. But we also use horizon scanning to sift and identify weaker signals of change. We've all heard about these so-called black swan events that are seemingly unthinkable or unlikely, but when they do happen, they have highly disruptive impacts. And sadly, we've also been exposed to, I would say, a fair number of so-called black swan events in the past decade or two, where we've been really caught off guard by things that perhaps we might have seen, or some people did see but weren't really listened to. And the more prepared we are and the more anticipated we are, the better equipped we are to deal with this. I underline, we're not with foresight trying to make predictions. That's not the business we're in. What we're trying to do is take this holistic view, identify patterns and potential problems, and stress test policies to make sure they're as resilient as they possibly can be to deal with what might come at us. So those are at least three reasons: better informed decisions, more integrated responses, and better anticipation. Three great ways in which I do believe science and evidence can help to make European diplomacy as strategic and as effective and as resilient as possible. That leaves us, of course, with the question of, how do we do this, and how can we best include science, evidence, and foresight into diplomacy? Well, I mean, one of the advantages that I have in the Commission running a scientific organization is that we also are able to ask our scientists to look at what the science says in terms of how is the best way to make this happen. And we have come up with some recommendations and some good practices, which I think can also be very applicable in the case of diplomacy. And really the message here that I would leave you with is it's fundamentally about networks and about people, which of course is traditionally the strong suit, I would say, of diplomats. What we see is that no single country, no single organization can have all the knowledge to tackle all the challenges we're facing. So no matter how many scientists I have in the JRC, I can't know everything. So we absolutely need to network and build platforms that bring scientists and policymakers together, including with diplomats, bring people together with different perspectives, and do that on a regular basis. And I would underline the regular, because I think that what we've seen from the pandemic and everything that's come at us recently is the more we can do to encourage and anchor dense, regular cooperation and contact, sort of routine conversations, the stronger we are, so that when these black swans or whatever else comes at us, the connectivity and the trust between scientists and policymakers is already established. We don't have to start building it in the crisis. We can already rely on it. So for this to happen and for the scientists and policymakers to work together, what we've seen is that we also need to think about the skills and the competencies that they need. And it's very much here a two-way street. We've seen that we need to spend time training scientists how to communicate with policymakers, but we also need to invest in training policymakers about how to use and listen to scientific advice. And we've established in the JRC, we've developed some competence frameworks for both researchers and policymakers, which really give you a map or a compass about what kind of training and what kind of self-assessment tools are useful in building up these skills and competencies. And if we can get that right, we can actually build more trust, better understanding of people's roles, and over time, and it does take time, but that investment is worth it, you can build this regular systematic interaction between scientists and policymakers that will bring value as we navigate the different challenges that we have coming at us. So many of these elements, I'm very happy to say that we are recommending are reflected in the very recent conclusions of the Council of the European Union, which are around science in the public policy process to improve the lives of citizens and strengthen democracy. So again, my thanks to the Spanish presidency of the Council for promoting these conclusions, because it's important that the Council itself has acknowledged the importance of this type of activity, but also for convening this wonderful conference to further delve into these issues. And with that, I hope I've given you some food for thought, and I wish you all very inspiring discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General, for your insights and points for the further discussion on the panel. And I would like to invite panelists to join me on the stage. And we will have the hybrid panel because two of our panelists are joining online. So please, dear panelists, join me on the stage. I would like to introduce the panelists. Alexandre Fazel, State Secretary of Swiss Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs, joining us online. Onward served as the Special Representative for Science Diplomacy of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, previously as Ambassador, so has a long-lasting diplomatic career. Also joining online, Alessandra Tognonato, Head of Science Diplomacy and Bilateral Scientific Cooperation of Italian Ministry for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, also previously served as a diplomat in various countries. And so this is like the side of diplomatic panelists, and then we have here physically with us the scientific representation. Nebojša Nakicenovic, Vice Chair of the Group of Chief Scientist Advisors to the European Commission, former Deputy Director General of the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, also former tenured Professor of Energy Economics at Vienna Technology University. Also, Tarmo Soomere, President of the Estonian Academy of Science, mathematician and marine scientist, also served previously as the chair of the European Science Advisors Forum and currently chair of the European Members of International Science Council. We also had to have one more panelist, Diane Urge-Vorsatz. However, due to urgent issues, she could not join us today. And also I would like to introduce, we will have the disruptive voice. She will join us a bit later. Eline Degeny, All-Atlantic Youth Ambassador, postdoc researcher at the University of Padua in Italy. So now I'm turning to the State Secretary Fazel, who, as I mentioned previously, worked as Special Representative for Science Diplomacy,
So he knows the topic very well from inside, and I would kindly ask you to present the Swiss perspective and your developed anticipatory science diplomacy strategy. So, dear State Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, and congratulations from my side as well on this excellent initiative of a European Science Diplomacy Conference. Can I start by seconding all what Stephen Quest just said? The knowledge that leads to better informed decision, the integrative nature of science for diplomacy, and the necessity of anticipation, and also the how, build networks, platforms that need to be pre-established, and also to develop the skills. Those are elements that were very much top of our mind when we developed our anticipatory science diplomacy strategy, which is geared towards using science and technology to empower the international community to tackle the challenges we face. Because the challenges is this: we are facing rapid scientific breakthroughs, an acceleration of technological evolutions, and those elements combined will do impact humans, human nature, societies, and the planet. So we need to equip the international community to see those elements coming and get going in time in responding to them in a positive manner. Because if, as an international community, we sit idle and wait to be hit by the full impact of such evolutions, then we will end up being overwhelmed, and we will have no other means than to resort to moratoria and prohibitions. And we will forego the possibility and all the rich contribution science and technology can make for tackling the global challenges. So what we need to do is to give to the international community this sense of anticipation, so that the international community, in the face of a rapid scientific and technological evolution, gets going in time, so that we are then ready when it happens. A bit like a relay race where the runner starts running before receiving the baton from the predecessor in the team. So what we developed there was to create a foundation in Geneva, which is called GESTA, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. And the methodology is threefold: anticipation, acceleration, translation. Anticipation is the production of a yearly radar, the Geneva Science Breakthrough Radar, that presents all what is cooking in the labs, as we say worldwide, produced with the world's best scientists, that present where science is heading in all the different fields in a horizon of 5, 10, 25 years. And on that base, we are moving then into anticipation, which is a conversation, a multi-stakeholder conversation, bringing those networks together of our world, or my world, diplomats, policy makers, international organizations, governments, the scientists and technologists who've given us the radar, but also private sector and philanthropy, what we call the impact community, and civil society. So to discuss together what the impact may well be of those evolutions coming our way, to imagine such an impact very early on, and then to start replying and responding to such evolutions, and then realizing such ideas that we develop in such a conversation. So the whole process of anticipation, acceleration of this debate, of this governance debate, and then translation, realizing prototype ideas and initiatives of what we should do as an international community, is the sliding of a think tank towards a do tank. The doing is extremely important, we think, because if you are limited to the thinking, then you do not act, and then, as I said before, you are being overwhelmed by something you may or may not have seen coming, and you resort to prohibitions and to moratoria, because if you lose the sense of agency, which has to kick in very early on, then you are limited to an ethics of value. You see things which you do not necessarily like, and you prohibit them. What we argue for is an ethics of action, trying to understand what is coming our way and dealing with it. And while dealing with it, discovering and understanding the more difficult problems it presents, and deal and try to solve them. Can I give a concrete example of this methodology and what it has produced so far? It's the Open Quantum Institute. So we have looked into quantum computing and realized that it will be so powerful in 20, 25 years that we cannot really imagine what we are going to use it for. And we do realize that it will be so powerful that it will be the ultimate game changers. The ones who will have it will be the masters of the universe, and the other will fall by the wayside, irrespective of the current state of development. So the challenge is that we can all have access to quantum computing and use it, and we all want that it is then being used together for the global commons. So how do we do that? By bringing together quantum providers and quantum users, quantum providers, hardware, software, quantum users, academia, governments, international organizations, civil society, to develop together a quantum institute that brings together quantum computing resources, and as long as there are not really there simulation tools, for the benefit of the users, so that we can develop together use cases for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals and all future agendas we will have later on, and to develop that together in an open, transparent way. So very much in a spirit of co-creation, which the international community really needs. We have incubated that idea together with the international community, the diplomatic community in Geneva, with the input of quantum providers, and we launched at the GESTA Summit in last October this institute, which will be hosted by CERN in Geneva and will start operations in March next year. So that is a concrete example how this methodology of anticipation, acceleration, translation can work. And the objective always is to empower the international community to understand and use science and technology for the good, and to fulfill this human rights aspiration we have based on Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that everybody should benefit from the upsides of science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Secretary Fazel. We will have a floor for you for your interventions, but maybe you would have some reactions to the State Secretary's presentation. No? Okay. So we will continue with Italian examples. We have the representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy, and Alessandra, we would kindly ask you to share your experience and your examples, good practices, how science diplomacy is working.
Thank you very much. I would First of all, thank you very much the Spanish presidency of the European Council for organizing this very timely conference, Science Diplomacy, 5 years later, the last appointment that led to the Madrid Declaration on Science Diplomacy. Many things happened in the last 5 years. Science proved itself to be the solution to a global challenge such as the pandemic crisis, but there are still many challenges ahead, tackling climate change and mitigating its effects, preserving biodiversity, further developing renewable energies. And this is something we can only achieve together. And for together, I mean uniting our research communities and diplomatic communities at European level. I found very inspiring the keynote speech of Director General Stephen Quest and as well as the contribution of State Secretary Alexander Fersel. I will add up some more issues since I fully agree with what they already said, and I wouldn't like to repeat concepts that they already described very precisely. So I would like to give an insight on how we perceive the opportunities for more strategic, effective, and resilient diplomacy for Europe through scientific evidence, foresight, and cooperation, of course. We believe that in a fast-changing world where geopolitical shifts and international crises, as well as technological advancements and new global challenges, a strategic and a resilient approach is mandatory. So science diplomacy should move from the awareness that the sovereignty on science and technology is crucial for our competitiveness and stability. But we cannot do it alone. So our idea is always that we should have an inclusive approach, not only with all European partners, but also with the global South, since there is no scientific approach that can be a breakthrough without the full involvement of the global scientific community. So I could start telling you that we are every single day thinking how we can share our excellences in several fields, starting from biomedical, medicine, research, environmental sustainability, space, which is the next big challenge, physics. We have a long-standing Italian tradition also in this field. And of course, sharing the strategic scientific infrastructure we host, starting from Gran Sasso Laboratory, the world's largest underground research center in operation today for neutrino and astrophysics, hosting scientists from all over the world. I could quote the strategy that the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is leading, increasing year after year the number of bilateral cooperation projects we co-finance with the main partners that are scientifically advanced. But what is particularly important for us is an example that we host in Italy, in Trieste. It's called the Area Science Park, and it has been encouraging over the years the expansion of transnational networks of researchers as a pillar for multilateralism. Area Science Park Trieste hosts several centers where researchers from different European countries, and of course from Italy, cooperate with scientists from the global south, from the Balkans, from the southern shore of the Mediterranean, from Africa. And they cooperate at a very high level, tackling major scientific challenges and also creating boundaries that go far beyond their scientific research on a day-by-day basis. So I connect to the subject that Stephen Quest was dealing with, meaning connectivity and trust between scientists and policymakers. I think if we give a multilateral dimension to this trust, we can manage to create a scientific community that helps also in tense times, as it's the case today, overcoming difficulties and suspicions also at political level and promote cooperation. I will quote just a couple of the centers that are operating within Area Science Park Trieste, the International Center for Theoretical Physics and the World Academy of Science. I think those are beautiful examples on how we can open up our views. This doesn't mean that we are not aiming at preserving our strategic strategy and effectiveness in science, but we really believe that we should have a European open approach to cooperate also with the Global South, aiming at tackling global challenges together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. So we heard the diplomatic side of the panel, and now I would like to turn to the scientific side and colleagues here with me on stage. Naki, besides that you are a scientist, you also have experience working in European system of scientific advisors. So could you elaborate how, in general, science could be useful for diplomacy, and what are the challenges in this cooperation?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I mean, first of all, let me say I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this important conference on science diplomacy. I have absolutely no doubt that effective science diplomacy is the key for resolving many of the challenges that the world is facing. And I will base my remarks in response to your question exactly on the experience I've had in the scientific advice mechanism of the European Commission. So let me just start with that. As many of you know, the science advisory mechanism consists of 3 groups. There is a group of 7 chief scientific advisors. Then there is a group organized by the Consortium of European Academies, SAPEA, and there is a very able secretariat at the Earth Commission. Now, these 3 groups are independent of each other, and SAPEA produces evidence-based reports on the topics that are of interest to the Commission, including also policy options, and then the scientific advisors, based on that evidence, produce a scientific opinion, which is a policy recommendation on the way forward. And I think this is really unique that the 3 components are independent of each other, and therefore I think can produce, as the title of our panel is called, Resilient Science Diplomacy Advice. The second experience I would like to mention is the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis in Austria, and the Commissioner Ivanova mentioned IIASA in her comments yesterday. IIASA goes back more than 50 years ago when the President Johnson of US and Premier Kosygin of Soviet Union wanted to organize a research center, they thought of it as the East-West Research Center, to look at the major problems facing humanity across the political divide at that time. And I think this is really important component of the science diplomacy that we need to, and I think that was said also in the previous panel, that we need to go beyond current political and other barriers and work jointly, because we can't anticipate what problems will be facing us, therefore we need a foresight. So let me just make my brief remarks based on these two experiences. I mean, first of all, I think yesterday and today we heard that the world is on the brink of great changes, great transformations. I would agree with that, but I would also argue that the world is at the brink of crossroads. There is a pathway of the last 50 years that some people call the Great Acceleration that has brought benefits to many, but also has left billions behind without even the basic access. And at the same time, I think we are endangering planetary systems. We might be close to the tipping, negative tipping, I would say, of the Earth system, like climate change, but also of the human system. So I think that is really the huge challenge ahead of us. And this is where the science diplomacy, I think, will have to have a leading role. But I think heroic efforts will be required, almost Herculean efforts to achieve that. So I would like to make two concluding remarks. And you could even see those as a paradoxes. The number one is, from my point of view, as I try to say, that the world has problems and science has disciplines. Now, as far as we know, nature doesn't have disciplines, but I think it's also true of diplomacy, even of the private sectors. We do work in silos. Now, I don't want to argue that we don't need silos. Silos are important. Disciplines are the key. But what we really need for the science diplomacy to face the challenges of the future, I think, is the horizontal. It's the integrative, it's the systemic, one could even say holistic approaches. So I think this is one of the keys on the way forward, and in some ways that's a paradox that we need to overcome. The second one I would like to mention is that policy and science policy often has to respond very quickly to the emerging problems that we are facing. But now we know that the science evidence that is required for that does take time. And I think this is a paradox, and this is what we need to really overcome. An example, and it's too bad that Diana is not with us, is IPCC. I've spent many, many years working and contributing to the IPCC, and let me just mention that IPCC is arguably probably one of the most successful science policy activities that we have. But at the same time, the last two assessment reports took over 7 years. And the whole process is cumulative. So I just wanted to highlight that as a second paradox that we have to overcome, and I'm sure there are many, many other issues to discuss, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I turn to Tarmo also to ask about the role of scientists in science diplomacy, and maybe sharing the perspective from the small country.
Yes, I very much liked all the statements of previous speakers. It was just fascinating how Stephen Quest made very clear how strongly the demand and supply side in science diplomacy are linked, and I'm representing the supply side. And I would say that this is one of the ways how science can serve society. And then we have had a brilliant set of examples how science diplomacy could work, and then also a couple of paradoxes. So having said that, as I'm a mathematician, I can't resist the temptation to reduce problems to first principles. In social sciences, it's called deconstruction simply. So if you look at the supply side of science diplomacy, this is community of researchers, or more generally, academic ecosystem in the world. And I would like to stress that this is a second largest highly connected group of people after religious congregations. The point is that scientists all over the world, they share the same basic principles. And the basic principle is that facts and logic are the priority over, for example, friendship or political interests. And moreover, the same values of research, integrity, and ethics are kept all over the world in scientific community. We heard yesterday the number, 9 million people, scientists, plus supporting staff. So I would also stress that scientific community is not necessarily more rational than other communities, as research has shown. But what is important is that this community has much stronger and much faster than any other similar community ways of communication and sharing these. This is now better. Okay. Now you listen as well. That's good. So, sharing these values, what I mentioned, is happening just by making science, either together or in parallel in the world. This is an inevitable feature of science. So this is a massive channel of soft power, which is actually changing the world. And I would say this is totally underexploited today. And this underexploitation is actually one of the sources that so-called misinformation or fake news are spreading. I'm coming from a very small country. You need a microscope to find it out, and even a smaller Academy of Sciences. Actually, when Montenegro will enter European community, then Nakis Academy will be the smallest. So I'm really looking forward to be a big brother of you. Okay, so a small country doesn't have almost any financial power to affect the world, any economic power, any military power. But those who are small in mass, they can be great in spirit. And this is kind of two-way street. We learn from global science, we contribute to global science. And in this sense, science diplomacy and participation of small countries, it's like the principle in EU, one country, one voice, even though size does matter sometimes. So our academy is extremely active in all European and international academic networks, and we contribute also to SAPEA, which Naki already mentioned. So academy's competence are actually very much used in science advice systems. But one thing where we see that things are really underused. So some messages cannot be communicated between diplomats of different countries. There are some messages that need a lot of knowledge and experience to understand. If I'm referring to Bertrand Russell, who told in a delicate and diplomatically correct form that a less informed person can't really tell the thoughts of great minds because he or she only can retell what he or she understands. So scientists are able to pass complicated messages in a much more complete form. And since each country tries to cover the entire spectrum of science, we do have a recipient in a different country. And the problem starts when complicated facts have to be communicated. As you all know, facts have three basic properties. They are negative, they are pessimistic, and they are unpatriotic. We know that. And our fellow scientists in other countries, they also know that. We have to communicate that to our governments and to European Commission. So scientists in fellow countries, they do the same inevitably. And one more thing is connected to geographical position. The countries which have been for a long time considered as periphery of Europe, I mean the belt of countries from Nordkap down to the Black Sea, actually happen to be now on the front line, in the frontier of battle of values. And this is a challenge to which we don't offer full solution, but to which we offer some arguments. So many scientists in these countries and these academies of sciences are actually trained in Russia, or even though it's very undiplomatic to say it today. They have been living in Soviet conditions under Soviet rule. So they understand what is the message between the lines. Remember Peter Drucker, who said that the most important things are those which have been untold. So those countries and their scientific communities and academies are now embedded into the European research landscape, and some of them most successfully. So this knowledge, which is hidden in those research communities, is almost completely unused. Their value to use as a bridge or broker or expert knowledge provider or ambassador, you name it, is maybe recognized but not really used. So what we try to do in small academies, in Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, and some other academies, in a way like the guerrillas, we try to organize at least local cooperation between the smartest people in the area, try to organize annual meetings in so-called former Eastern European countries, trying to build bridges to their academic communities. And remember that decolonization of science is not only between global north and global south. We do have similar gradient in Europe, but it's just in east-west direction. So to integrate research community, smart people, academies in this belt is one of the major challenges which could really boost science diplomacy, what European community is driving now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very interesting thoughts. And I would like also to involve our disruptive voice to this discussion. Aline, as the representative of young scientists, could you share your insights on how young scientists could get involved in the science diplomacy?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much to inviting me of this conference. I'm very delighted to be among you today. Yeah, I would like to share with you some elements I consider important for strengthening science diplomacy through the eyes of an early career researcher, what I am. Nowadays, early career researchers are often working in international context. This is even a requirement nowadays in research to access permanent positions. I am a French doctor in marine ecology working in Italy in the meantime. So young scientists should have plenty of ideas to share with you to strengthen science diplomacy. My advice would be to involve researchers and scientists to be part of the discussion and invite them around the table to be part of the reflection. And I think another thing that we could bring as early career researcher, this is this ability to project ourselves in long terms. Since we are drawing our academic curriculum in research, we are constantly in this mindset of projecting ourselves into the future. And I think this is an ability you should use as well. And early career researchers are conducting very important work to build strong international collaborations. And yeah, I think this is really something you should use for straighten science diplomacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that the State Secretary Faisal will have to leave soon, so I quickly go to one of the questions addressed to him and the other panelists. So more and more ministries of foreign affairs in different European countries are establishing units on science diplomacy, highlighting the importance and priority of this topic. On the other hand, as we heard from the panelists, there are plenty of various international and European networks and platforms where various stakeholders and scientists and diplomats are involved. But how to synchronize the actions, how to link what the national science advisory systems are doing and international agencies are doing. State Secretary, maybe you would like to intervene?
Thank you very much. I think by working together on concrete projects, if you try to bring all those different stakeholders together, just as a matter of principle, while not engaging them on concrete projects they share and work on, then probably it is difficult. But by defining together concrete project you want to work on together, that is the driver of concrete collaboration and the creation, the nurturing, the emergence of a shared sense of purpose. So doing is important.
Thank you. Colleagues, Naki?
Yes, thank you. I think there is no doubt that I think inclusiveness and more integration is important, as I argued before. But at the same time, I think we have to be aware that diversity is also a must. So having different channels of communication, different organizations, I think brings an enrichment into the process, because I don't think that any of us can anticipate what the problems in the future will be. And this is why we need foresight. This is why I would argue we need roadmaps and scenarios about what problems might come into the future, and diversity might help in the response. So we need a proactive preparedness, I would argue for that. And the second thing, if I may remark in this context, and it's related to what Tarmo said before, you know, I think scientists speak in many ways a common language. We have a similar process, you know, falsifying theories, bringing new evidence to the forefront, but that leads to enormous complexity. And therefore, I think to make science diplomacy effective, we need also effective translation mechanism to make this operational. I think this is a barrier that we have, a huge barrier. You know, if I may quote Einstein, he said once that if we cannot express a problem in simple terms, it means we also don't understand it. And so I think this is the challenge ahead of us. With all of these multiple channels that you mentioned and different organizations, I think this is the key. And to conclude with my EASA experience, we have seen that the scientists across the political divide and the Cold War worked really well together on the major problems. Some of them even became ministers when the Iron Curtain fell down. Now we have to make sure that there is no golden curtain in the future to exclude others. But I think science language is important, but the translation is the key, in my view.
Thank you. Tarmo?
Yes, absolutely. But I shall come to back to the basic question about whether we need so many networks. The simple answer is no, we don't. But again, there is no single-handed scientist on the one hand and then on the other hand. So diversity is an inevitable feature of every decent ecosystem. If we talk about ecosystem of science, if we talk about ecosystem of science advice, if we talk about ecosystem of science diplomacy, it inevitably, intrinsically includes diversity. And you know, the words small is beautiful will soon become 50 years old by Fritz Schumacher. And from a small country, I would always stress that we need enormous diversity if we would like to be successful. If we build one powerful empire, it will fall very soon.
Thank you. Alessandra, would you like to intervene?
I fully agree with his approach, and yeah, honestly, I would like to go back to the subject of diversity, which is certainly one of our richness. I think another strength would be trying to gather the scientific strengths and the ambitions of each of us, of the players involved at a national level, but also per sector. Because talking to our partners, we often realize that we have just an approximate knowledge of what the others can really do. For example, we really recently experienced in the field of space economy that, I mean, of course, we are fully aware of what Italy can, and we imagine more or less what our partners, our main partners, can offer in that field. But thanks to the enhanced science diplomacy dialogue with our European partners, we realized how much power there is, how much knowledge, how many competences. So I think in order to reinforce our effectiveness and our foresight, we should first of all be aware of what we have, of what we can already, in a cooperative and not competitive spirit. Because again, in the research field and in the transfer between research and industry, we can be much stronger if we don't duplicate efforts. But if we have greater cooperation, and this would be an advantage for larger and smaller countries, because another important knowledge we acquired thanks to science diplomacy is how strong and how advanced are some of the we are talking about size, smaller European partners, European friends in fields that are strategic, and I'm talking about startups, for example, or innovation, and how important their investments are and results are. So I think one of the main tasks would be, first of all, to check what we really have already among the European countries, what each of us can do, can offer, what our scientific communities achieved, and what our governments invested in order to improve.
Thank you, Alessandra. To continue with Naki's point on translation, there are, we can read that planet science, planet diplomacy, in which the different languages used and the different culture is formed. And the Director General also underlined the importance of the training, but training for both the scientists and the diplomats, that they could talk in the same language, as you mentioned, the importance of translation. And we also have a question on this on Slido. Do you think that government diplomats are ready to understand and above all, to communicate the complexity, they look for the immediate consent and how to change it?
Thank you very much for this question. This question is based on a wrong assumption. Wrong assumption saying that science diplomacy must do the same as classic diplomacy. Science diplomacy not necessarily does the same as classic diplomacy. And making scientists themselves understandable to diplomats, it's no more complicated than making yourself understandable to European Commission. So science diplomacy is not only passing message of one country to another. Science diplomacy is not only building cooperation. Science diplomacy is more. It's translating, as you're saying, messages from one country to another country. We do not need to translate our message to diplomats. So, okay, there is some necessity. But science diplomacy, if you look into the system, it's needed in bad times. It's not needed when the entire world is democratic. So the problem is translating facts, which have the free properties, to the people in another country. So to my understanding, science diplomacy, the bulk of science diplomacy, mainstream, is connection between scientists, not connection between scientists and diplomats in one country.
Thank you. Naki?
Well, first of all, I would like to come back also what was discussed in the previous panel. I think education is the key. I mean, we need processes for that. I think many of us have been teaching, so I know how important it is to be in touch with the next generations. And I think what we need to do also in the science diplomacy is have courses both in science and diplomacy in which both participate, young scientists and young diplomats. I mean, today, I think every diplomat faces really deep substantive issues, from energy challenges to climate and so on, without going now into the great list. So I'm a strong believer in learning by doing. I think this is why we need to prepare the next generations with the knowledge and the capacity to react to the challenges that will come into the future. And perhaps related to that would be the second point. I have argued previously that problems are immediate and science evidence takes a long time to prepare, but there is almost the opposite problem as well. Science, I think, and diplomacy have the responsibility also looking beyond the horizon, you know, what you might call the radar function. And that's again the reason for very robust education and resilient education. So looking beyond the horizon will require foresight activities, will require, and I think this is a difficult thing because it might not be on the topics that are really on the agenda right now, but we need to look beyond the horizon. And I think this is, at least for me, an important concern, that we are becoming very short-term oriented and do not think about the survival of humanity and life on this planet as we know it. Think just about the climate change and the Earth systems. So we do need this long-term orientation in science diplomacy.
Absolutely, and if I may go back again to the very robust and first principle case. So if we want to reach informed-based decisions in a country, then a completely politically incorrect and diplomatically incorrect saying is that if you want to convince the prime minister, convince his or her electorate. The same applies to science diplomacy. Diplomats have to convince the government of other country. Scientists have the option and possibility to convince the electorate of the other country. Don't forget this dimension. And subscribe to everything what you told.
Thank you. Alessandra, would you like to intervene?
I have nothing special to add on this. I completely agree with the other panelists on this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we will have a time for the questions from the audience. Yeah. Yeah.
Since
there are no questions.
We have always more answers than you have questions. What is the challenge of science diplomacy in Europe now and in some bordering areas? So we see that, now I'm politically and diplomatically incorrect, sorry about that. I'm a scientist, I can do that. So there are several countries, not really bordering to Europe, but almost bordering, who are wishing to get out of the shadow of Russia. First of all, Kazakhstan. They can't do that in a straightforward manner. They need some kind of very clever reshaping of policy and also teaching and educating their nation. So this is the point where science diplomacy could play a decisive role. When I am looking to the conflict, to the aggression of Russia into Ukraine, it's absolutely great that we help Ukrainian scientists. This is science diplomacy. But the question is, what's coming next? After the war is over, we can't leave Ukraine alone then. Joining European Union is not the end result, it's start. We have to help them by reshaping their research system. It's much more than putting their money and infrastructure. It's changing mindset. What we have to do is to educate science officers who are really, who know how the science functions in developed countries, and then translate that back to Ukraine. This kind of help will become absolutely crucial very soon.
Thank you. Yep.
I would like to follow up on that. I mean, science is a public good. Therefore, nobody should be excluded. Going back to what I just briefly mentioned, my early experience at IIASA decades ago, when we had a divided world across East and West, I think the science was the bridge and it was the common language. And I think that also explains why some of our colleagues actually became ministers after the Iron Curtain fell down, because they had the knowledge, they had the experience. If you're behind the wall, even as a scientist and excluded from the global knowledge, from understanding about the world and about the society and people, then you cannot react. So I think science needs to be free, open, and not exclude anybody.
Thank you. We have questions.
Yes, thank you very much for this very inspiring panel. Tarmo Soomere, I was very struck by what you said about the Soviet, post-Soviet base of knowledge in many of the former East Bloc scientific communities. As mentioned, I'm a professor in Northern Norway, and in Northern Norway, we had our very specific, deep experience on Arctic cooperation with the Soviet Union, with Russia. And I think it's very interesting what you said about these different, kinds of experience, different kinds of background, which are, there's a very particular Barents region experience, there's a particular Baltic Sea experience. And you just mentioned yourself a moment ago what comes after this war, etc. And I'd very much like to take the opportunity to ask you what you, with your experience, with your background, think comes long term. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. In geological terms, there will be ice age. after approximately 40,000 years. But in shorter terms, there is a lot of uncertainty, but we have to be prepared for very different scenarios. And if we really would like to spread the values of what we carry here in Europe and the good old Western countries, then we have to make that systematically on country level and not leaving, I would say, contaminated countries alone with their problems. This is the basics what I'm trying to express. The impact of Soviet style, again being diplomatically incorrect, you still see that in Germany. You still recognize who is, statistically, who is from East and from West Germany. So this is very toxic heritage. We have to have a vaccine and cure for that. And I fully understand your question. You are one of the few countries who has common border with Russia, with very clear problems there.
Thank you. We have another question.
Thank you very much. My name is Gilles Pécassou. I would like to give you my kind of my experience from a career diplomat running a scientific institute. It's what I've heard this morning resonates very much. It's a difficult task, and I have to say I fully agree with when I hear that you have to leave scientific people do science before all. That's the kind of our what we try to do every day. These are very globalized people. They don't need us to have connections and networks all over the world. It's a good thing. We have to be careful about some things, but basically that's what runs science, and it should remain that way. I think it would be a mistake to make this scientific community kind of diplomats themselves. Having said that, what diplomats can bring is explaining them regional contexts. And then you have some very basic things. You know, to do science, you need money. And in my institute, it means that this money is given by the French Parliament. So at some point you have to go and explain to politicians what we do, with whom and where. And to do science, you also need to travel. And then you have to have access to the field, which is a very important thing for scientists. And of course, for that, you need to be aware of the context, have visas, these kind of things. But so whether you leave a lot of freedom to these people, at some point, you know, the reality sinks in. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the last question. Here, please. Lady.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Africa Zanella is my name. I've just been listening very carefully to some of the points being made, and I've had the fortunate career of being involved with diplomatic advisory work, and in some areas, even conflict, and also recently, as I said yesterday, involved with research infrastructure and a lot of young scientists. I'm really trying to think that we can't create a science fiction novel out of all of this. Because when I hear language, this is one of the first things that come into my mind, the differences. And when I add to that, through my UN work, the cultures, I think we mentioned the Global South, and I represent the global donors. And it's just, you know, I'm very conscious, and I like the panel to give me, and anyone who's interested, a little bit more of a definition of what we understand as language, because I heard one of the speakers talk about specific language. If I learn something at all from diplomacy, is that it's the underlying message that matters. So scientists understand language in a different way from diplomats. And, you know, as I said, I've been in war zones where the most crucial is not trust, is rapport, which is the scientific, social scientist definition of trust, because trust is a little bit harder to get. Rapport, you can negotiate. So language, please.
Thank you. Your reactions?
Scientific language has basically one difference from a common language is the categories are exactly defined, which is not the case in many other languages. If we take English language and the word elections, then word elections here in Spain means that people elect their representatives into parliament or wherever. Elections in Russia means that the leaders elect how long they will stay at their positions.
Thank you. Naki?
It looks like we are running out of time, so let me just be brief. I think we really need transformational science and transformational diplomacy to overcome the huge challenges that we have in the world, from war and conflict to misunderstandings. But at the end of the day, I think this is why we need a common language, despite all of our differences. I think the objective needs to be, in the long run, to have a just and equitable society on a stable planet.
Thank you. I would like to thank a huge thank to my panelists here and online, and ask you to give an applause.
Okay, dear colleagues and dear friends of European science diplomacy, while here a picture of our panelists is being taken, we have one more point to go in the program on this morning. Actually 2 points, because we also want to take a group picture later on. But now we would like to listen to a keynote speaker, and I hope that Alar is online. Let's see where he is.
Hi, Jan-Marco.
Great, hello Alar. So, we're going to listen now to a keynote by Alar Olyum. And I would like to introduce briefly Alar. Alar is a senior policy advisor at the European External Action Service. And Alar looks back on a career in international diplomacy spanning more than 3 decades. He was born in Vancouver and grew up in Canada as part of the Estonian diaspora. And when Estonia became independent, he was among those who built up the foreign ministry from scratch of the independent Estonia. Later on, he served several years as Deputy Director General of the Council of Baltic Sea States, before then joining the European Commission as head of the Foresight Studies unit of what used to be DG External Relations, before the European External Action Service existed. And then again, he helped up to build up another diplomatic service, this time the European External Action Service, where he served as an advisor on the Middle East and North Africa. He has represented the European Union in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and Qatar. And in the recent years, he then has worked as a senior advisor in the policy planning and strategic foresight division of the ES, which is in a way the in-house think tank of the European External Action Service, and where he deals, for instance, with EU-NATO relations, with EU-UK relations, with transatlantic relations, Of course, also the Middle East, North Africa region. But what makes Alar very special is that besides his very long diplomatic career, he always also kept a leg in academia. So a couple of years ago, he spent a sabbatical at Brookings Institution in the United States, and that's where the two of us met for the first time. And he also deals with relations of the ES with think tanks and with the world of the scientific thinking and the scientific communities. And we have invited Alar to provide us with a few reflections around the geopolitical reality we live in and what science and technology have to do with it. So Alar, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Jan Marco, first of all, for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity. I'd like to say, first of all, that it's true, as Jan Marco said, that I have had one leg in the policymaking and one leg in academia. I've been blessed throughout my career with having this possibility to keep the conversation going between the academic world, the scientific world, if you like, and policymaking. And I think it's been my mission in a way to bridge the gap between the two. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has changed the geopolitical environment in which we operate. It has accelerated the emergence of a multipolar landscape marked by heightened instability, more use of force, as well as rising polarization and fragmentation. The current tragic events in Israel, Palestine, and the serious risk of regional spillover there reinforce this diagnosis if needed. We live indeed in a world that is becoming more and more multipolar, but also at the same time less and less multilateral. A world where all forms of interdependence and increasingly weaponized, be it trade, energy, investment, migration, information, and yes, also science and technology. In this new geopolitical environment, several emerging economies and middle powers are criticizing us, the EU, the West in general, for applying double standards and putting too much attention on the war against Ukraine at the expense of other global challenges. We have experienced it recently, and in particular in the Middle East, but also in the Sahel region. And many of these countries adopt a hedging logic, seeking to maintain relationships with all actors and pursuing their own interests in a transactional way. Yet, as we all know, global challenges such as peace, climate change, biodiversity loss, epidemics of the over-indebtedness of many countries in the so-called Global South, a term we don't especially like because it bunches together countries very, very different and even in conflict with each other, but still it's become a global terminology which we have to accept. These require global action more than ever. We want, as the EU, neither a fragmented world of international disorder nor a world divided into two conflicting blocs. We need to navigate these troubled waters by better protecting Europe, its borders, its companies, and its citizens, be it on the classical security and defense side or on the economic security side by de-risking our economy, while at the same time acting to renew and relaunch multilateralism, in particular by strengthening our ties with this so-called Global South. And the more and more competitive the geopolitical environment we are facing requires not only our engagement in a battle of narratives, but also in a battle of offers. We need to reach out to our international partners with a broad agenda, and science diplomacy can and should play an important role in this. An excellent example was the opening just yesterday with the support of the EU through its Global Gateway program and the participation of the European Commission President von der Leyen of the new BioNTech vaccine factory in Rwanda. We must work together with our partners to reshape the international order. This means reforming multilateral bodies and international financial organizations to give to Global South countries their legitimate role in their governance. And the African Union's entry into the G20 is a first step in this direction, which we have actively supported. We also need to step up our engagement at multilateral and minilateral formats and demonstrate, not only with words, but also with actions, our commitment to address global challenges such as climate change, health, food, debt, or energy security. It implies, in particular, further efforts in the field of climate finance to help accelerate the green transition, alleviate the damages, and strengthen adaptation in emerging and low-revenue economies. It implies also to strengthen the efforts we have already undertaken with the Global Gateway Initiative and more recently the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor in the fields of connectivity and digital transition. The global green and digital transitions, though, must be just or they will fail. Let me now turn to security. For years, Europeans have been debating how to make the EU more security conscious. And in the past year, we have arguably gone further down that path than in the past decade. And this is welcome, but we need to ensure that the EU's geopolitical awakening is turned into a more permanent strategic posture. We need first to build a more integrated approach to security. Defense, cybersecurity, the fight against foreign information manipulation, our economic security, all of these issues are interlinked. And security cannot be reduced to military means. It is about using the full range of all our instruments in a more coherent and strategic way. And it's about thinking and acting always and everywhere in terms of power. Bit by bit, we are going this way. Once again, science diplomacy can and will play an important role in this. On defense, the war of aggression against Ukraine has recalled us how much NATO remains critical for Europe's security and territorial defense. It has also shown that we need urgently to strengthen our own capabilities and capacities and the European defense industry. We need for sure to spend more on defense, but we need mainly to spend in a more coordinated way to fill gaps and avoid duplications. What we have done to coordinate the Help Ukraine through the European Peace Facility or the initiative taken to purchase ammunitions in common are steps in this direction. Joint funding of defense innovation and coordination of joint procurement are further steps we need to do now. We are in the process of implementing the strategic compass. We are also strengthening our EU military planning and conduct capability, the EU military headquarters, and preparing for the rapid reaction force needed to conduct operations autonomously in our neighborhood and beyond when needed. In this area, however, additional political will and resources would be welcome to be able to move forward at the pace that the geopolitical situation requires. Our High Representative Vice President Josep Borrell has said often that we need to learn the language of power. We have started this course, and the war against Ukraine has accelerated a lot our learning curve, but we still have quite a lot of work to do before getting even a BA in this field. Dear friends of European science diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen, our emerging geopolitical environment is shaped by power politics, where interdependence is often weaponized. We are facing a fierce battle of narratives and offers. All these trends were already happening before the Ukraine war started and the Middle East conflict was flaring up again. And now they are accelerating. But crises tend to crystallize developments. We've demonstrated since the beginning of Russia's aggression against Ukraine that the EU can indeed act decisively and geopolitically. We now need to make this new resolve permanent and transfer it to the many other policy areas where true geopolitical Europe is needed more than ever. How can European science diplomacy help in this endeavor? In the past decades, global challenges have become increasingly complex, interconnected, and interdependent, requiring expert knowledge to understand the potential consequences of political action. Science and technology have been, to a large extent, a driver and enabler of this change, with technological innovation and digitalization advancing at an unprecedented speed. This rapid progress does not only open a plethora of ethical questions from genetic editing to artificial intelligence, but also changed fundamentally the nature of policymaking itself. A striking example is the impact of digital social media, which, on the one hand, made policymaking more participatory through facilitating direct interaction with citizens, and, on the other hand, exposed vulnerabilities in our democracies through the mass propagation of disinformation and conspiracy theories. While science has traditionally been seen as a public good, independent, politically neutral, and life-saving, Globalization and the transformative change the world is living has led to a backlash with significant parts of the population being worried about their jobs and livelihoods. This partly resulted in populist politicians and parties promising easy answers voted into power in major Western democracies. There is a narrative, and I'm sure you've heard it, that portrays scientific experts as an elite part of the so-called deep state, or out of touch with the general population. That narrative questions scientific facts, discredits science-driven public agencies, and projects alternative truths, thus undermining public trust in facts and science. Such trends have contributed to increased competition, nationalism, and antagonism, contributing to the crisis of multilateral governance. While it's true that science and technology are not free of national and geopolitical interests, as demonstrated by the race to develop a nuclear weapon during the Second World War, the space race in the 1960s, or more recently by the race for COVID-19 vaccines, and now with the race to develop and instrumentalize artificial intelligence, science has nevertheless always been part of the backbone of multilateralism through the worldwide cooperation of researchers. The language of science is and remains universal. Science crosses borders by its very nature. Against this background, it is essential that the EU reinforces its narrative of the primacy of evidence-informed multilateral cooperation and of global solidarity in tackling complex global issues and crises such as climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, nuclear disarmament, and disinformation, just to mention a few. The COVID-19 pandemic in particular exposed our increased dependence on robust scientific knowledge. It has also put a spotlight on the importance of science and its central role for recovery, with the EU strategy of recovering through green growth and digital transformation, relying to a large extent on science, technology, and innovation. Diplomacy has also been impacted by the developments in science and technology. New technologies have opened new questions for foreign and security policies, from cybersecurity to automated drones. The use and abuse of social media by those in power has put strains on international relations. Cyberspace remains largely unregulated and requires global agreements. At the same time, scientific and technical innovation enable new opportunities for diplomacy, for example, for the establishment of international verification regimes. A stronger focus on science and technology in foreign and security policies does not only enhance our robustness in addressing global challenges, but also helps the EU to project soft power and pursue our economic interests and values more effectively. Therefore, an enhanced emphasis on science, technology, and innovation in our diplomacy toolbox and messaging does not only meet demand and interest, it also plays to the EU's strengths as being an STI powerhouse. Research and innovation are at the center of the global competition and will shape our future more than in any other moment of human history. The EU needs to preserve its place in the world economy through investing in STI in order to sustain its prosperity and security. It is therefore essential that we inject both a geo-economic and a geopolitical view into these discussions, while harnessing the benefits research and innovation bring to our own operations. Allow me to conclude with the observation also from my personal experience, having worked with Jan Marco in the same division I work in now, that one of the main obstacles to progress is that science diplomacy has always been much more supply than demand side driven. Science has a lot to offer and scientists are eager to engage, but this requires that also we, as diplomats, learn to better formulate our demands and to engage more effectively with the scientists. Maybe we need now to better define the requirements of science for and in diplomacy in EU foreign and security policies. A stronger cooperation between the different EU players in the field of science diplomacy will also help ensure the coherence between relevant EU policies. Today's conference is an important step in that process, and my sincere congratulations to the organizers, the Spanish presidency, and the EU Commission. I wish you all success in your deliberations here today and in taking this forward today and in the coming months and years, and I will be accompanying you in this process. Finally, let me wish you and your families a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Greetings from Brussels.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Oljum, for this insightful speech on the global challenges we are facing. So now, before we go for lunch, we would like to ask you we want to take a family picture. So if you want to come, the photographer, and if you could just stand up and move towards the center a little bit, please, so we can have a beautiful family picture all together. Thank you very much. Could you please? Okay. While you are all here, I would like to tell you that we will have a side event during lunch at 1:15 in the Polivalente room, okay? Just for you to know. Okay, could you please move a little bit? You have to be closer to each other. Don't be afraid. You can just go and get a little bit closer. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you could please just go. Could you please get a little bit towards the center? Just a little bit more, or just right here? Thank you. Thank you. Great. Sí, no. Pero el roll-up. I think, yo creo que no, ¿no? Yo creo que no lo ponemos. No. One more second. Thank you very much. Sí. Sí. Así mejor. Thank you. Bueno, los que salgan. Just a little bit, please, and you have to move. Great. Like this. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Sí. Okay, thank you very much. And now let's go for lunch and see you back here at 2. Please, thank you. Hello? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here with us, and I hope you enjoy lunch and you had time to speak with each other a little bit. So let's go with our next roundtable. So for that, I want to welcome to the stage our next moderator, Mostafa Monir Shoraf, the Executive Director for the Marie Curie Alumni Association. So please, thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to moderate this session on strengthening science diplomacy in delegations and embassies and fostering the EU's global science diplomacy outreach. As the moderator explained, so my name is Mostafa. I'm the Executive Director of Marie Curie Alumni Association, which is an international nonprofit association of researchers having more than 21,000 members from 151 countries, and an excellent platform to practice the science diplomacy. In today's interconnected world, the intersection of science and diplomacy holds an immense potential for addressing global challenge and fostering international collaborations. The role of embassies, and especially also the networks in this context, cannot be overstated. So this is the reason why today we have diverse speakers and panelists. After a keynote introduction, we will be hearing from the panelists and their experiences and see how network and embassies could contribute in this topic. So it is my pleasure now to introduce the keynote speaker, which is Professor Pierre Bruno Ruffini. He has spent most of his academic career as an economist with a marked orientation towards international economics. He served as a counselor for science and technology to the French embassies in Russia and Italy. And since returning to his academia, he has devoted his research activity to the theme of science diplomacy. He was also an expert for the InSight project. So it is my pleasure to welcome Pierre, and the floor is yours.
I'm really pleased and honored to be with you, and I would like first to congratulate the organizers of this great conference, European Commission and Spanish presidency. So I have to introduce, in a way, this roundtable today, and if we look at the title, which is here, we can look at this title from a goals and means perspective. Fostering the EU's global science diplomacy outreach, this is a goal. Strengthening science diplomacy in EU member states delegations, those are part of the title. This is a mean, and this is a tool that is using such embassies and delegations in order to go to the goal. This is about this that I want to devote the following comments. Today, I would like to provide some perspective on how EU-level science diplomacy has been organized to date, which may help to frame reflection on where we might go from there. As an academic, I try to observe facts and look at the available sources and to make evidence-based comments as much as possible. And in order to prepare this note, I drew on my own experience several years ago as a science counselor working at the French embassy in a country where the EU delegation also counted the science counselor. I have drawn as well on the survey that was made by the Strategic Forum for International Scientific and Technological Cooperation, the SFIC, in 2021. But I have drawn mostly on a survey that I conducted at the same period, during I was able to interview all the science counselors posted at EU delegations, and one of them was Laurent Bauchereau. He is part of the panel today. I will start with observations from my survey, with, of course, all necessary updates. There are currently 12 science counselors posted in EU delegations around the world. Looking at where those counselors are assigned, I noticed two things. They are almost all located in countries that matter most in global scientific production. 9 of these countries rank in the top 10 of the largest science countries. Here is another correlation. 9 EU science counselors are located in a country or region that has signed a strategic partnership agreement with the European Union. It thus appears that the choice of countries in which EU counselors are posted is driven by a mix of scientific reasons and of strategic and geopolitical reasons. It is also interesting to look at how this network was built over time. The process started in the late 1970s, early 1980s, with the opening of positions in Canada, the US, and then Japan, all these having an important trade relationship with the EU countries and being like-minded countries in the vocabulary of our time. Then at the turn of the millennium, when interest in BRICS emerged, there was a remarkable matching over time between the years of creation of EU science counselor positions in Brazil, India, and Russia, and that of the signing of science and technology agreements and strategic partnership with these countries. More recently, the Commission's interest in Africa led to the reopening of a position in the African Union. A post was opened in London in the post-Brexit era, and another one was created in Singapore. The building of this network did not result from a pre-established strategy, but rather from pragmatic and progressive adaptation to various circumstances and constraints. But the result is there. The geographical distribution of EU science counselors makes sense in relation to the evolution of the world. Nonetheless, less than 10% of EU delegations benefit from the presence of a science counselor. Why is the network formed by the EU science counselor important to the European Commission? In order to answer this question, let's have a quick look to what science counselors are doing in the field. And this is my second point. Why are science attachés useful, generally speaking? Their most significant added value could be this. From their position in the field, science attachés are able to understand the opportunity environment, feel the local atmosphere, and grasp unspoken content, which is so useful for informing decisions taken in the headquarters. More specifically, what are the missions of EU science counselors? Two main missions, according to the survey, and I'm sure that Laurent will enlighten us further. First, promotion. They promote and support the European framework programs for research and development. Second, coordination. Science counselors of the EU bring together science attachés of member states' embassies. They set up joint actions with them in the host country. These missions are carried out as much as possible in complementarity with the initiatives of the science attaché of member states and of associated countries. This is exactly the spirit of the Lisbon Treaty. We all know about the double level of governance, which is so characteristic of the architecture of the European Union. The level of member states, which translate on the ground into science attaché posted by the member states, and the level of the Union itself, which translate on the ground in science counselor appointed by the Commission. A big challenge, of course, is to create coherence between the Union's science diplomacy and member states' science diplomacy. I will illustrate this challenge in relation to a central aspect of the EU's global science diplomacy outreach, which is about scientific diasporas and scientific mobility. And this is my last point. The circulation of talents is one of the ways the global knowledge economy operates. If we look more closely, two categories are especially interesting for our discussion today. First, researchers from European countries who settled permanently outside Europe and who therefore belong to the European scientific diaspora. Second, all the non-European researchers who came for a few months or a few years to Europe to prepare a PhD or for postdoctoral period or any kind of other research stay, and who then continued their career outside Europe. Why is it important for the EU to engage with diaspora scientists, alumni of European programs, and other former visiting scholars? There are 3 reasons. First, members of the diaspora have often maintained working relationships with their home country. They represent a source of great matter which could be associated with the development of European research capacity. Second, regarding alumni and further visiting scholars, provided that they had a nice welcome on the EU territory, they can behave as ambassador of the European cause. Welcoming them is an investment. Then, outside the EU, there are potential vectors of European influence, and this is the return on investment. Lastly, diaspora scientists and alumni are especially important targets in order to reach out in the field beyond the capitals. It is, or must be, a major objective of EU science diplomacy to establish, maintain, and enrich contacts with both of these populations. I suggest that at this time, when the EU is actively elaborating its new science diplomacy agenda, we consider that member states and the Union could do more together on this front. The question of scientific diaspora and mobility researchers can provide an opportunity for concrete application. Let's turn to the role that EU Science Counselor could play in that respect before concluding. In the dozen countries where they are located, EU Science Counselors are an excellent lever for identifying and liaising with the scientific diaspora and with alumni and former visiting researchers. However, the engagement of a dozen EU counselors is not enough. There is a need for collective effort. Human resources are there, and not all of them have been exploited. There are roughly 500 science attachés or science counselor or tech ambassador, or also digital counselor in member states' embassies worldwide. All this represent an impressive potential of human resources dedicated to science, technology, and innovation. This far exceeds the potential of other competing scientific powers. And we must not forget that there are 140 EU delegations in the world. Is it possible to entrust these science attachés of member states with a broader role, with an EU role, so that they could promote also the interests of the EU in third countries? That is the question. My point is that regarding a very concrete action connecting with the two populations that I mentioned before, there is a possibility for coordination of all these human resources, and this must be attempted. This would be a great way to bring to life this Team Europe that the official statements call for. That's why I wanted to tell you, I highlighted the question of the engagement with scientific diasporas and with researchers that have visited Europe. I suggested that this subject could be a full-scale coordination exercise between the EU and the member states. I have no doubt that members of the panel will react to this. Merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your really insightful talk, especially focusing on the role of the EU Science Counselor as well as the scientific diaspora. Now it is my pleasure to introduce you the panel. We have a very diverse panel. We have the Santiago Sierra from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Spain. We have Martina Hartl joining us online from the Federal Ministry of Education, Science and Research in Austria. We have Kim Montgomery from the American Association for Advancement of Science, and also Lauren Boccarou who is the delegation of the European Union to the African Union, and last but not the least, Kathleen Alfoldi, who is representing the COST network. So may I kindly request the on-site speakers to join us on stage. And at the same time, I would like to welcome the online speakers also. For you, the audience, we would like to be this as an interactive session. So we prepared 3 questions for you. If the colleague from the tech team could show the Slido and the QR code, you could go to the QR code and then basically answer these 3 questions. And we will be coming back during the panel discussion on those questions. Can we have the QR code for the Slido? Okay, so here you go. You could scan it, and then at the same time, you can also, the online participant can also ask the questions to ask to the panelist via Slido. If you could go to the next slide with the questions. So we would like to know where are you from, what is your expertise or experience in science diplomacy. And then we would start right now with the panel discussion. So yeah, basically where are you joining us from? And there are 2 other questions you can scroll down. So let's focus on the panel right now. So I would ask the speakers to introduce themselves and make their opening statement, starting with Santiago.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As many people in the room already know, my name is Santiago Sierra. I am representing the Spanish Agency of International Cooperation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My current position is head of the Department for Coordination of International Scientific and Cultural Relations. And the unit I work in nowadays has a mandate to ensure the principle of unit of external action among the different actors incumbent in the field of science diplomacy. My unit, the Directorate for Cultural and Scientific International Relations, has a mandate then to coordinate among the different bodies of the public administration incumbent in the field of international relations, international scientific relations, and science diplomacy.
Thank you very much. Let's move to our online speaker. Martina, the floor would be yours.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope that you can hear me well. Hello from Vienna, and as said, my name is Martina Hartl. I'm from the Austrian Ministry of Education, Science and Research, and I work in the Department of International Relations. And there, I'm also part of the team that is working on science diplomacy. And I was also part of the team working on the survey that Pier Bruno has mentioned within the Strategic Forum of International Cooperation, where we have done this mapping on the science counselors. And I'm also very happy to be part of the steering team on science diplomacy now that is working together with the working groups now at EU level for the framework on EU science diplomacy.
Thank you, Martina. So let's move from Vienna to Washington. Kim, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to be participating in this session today. I want to thank the organizers, the Spanish presidency of the European Council and the European Commission for inviting me. And I want to acknowledge all the hard work of the organizing committee, in particular, Jan Marco Muller, for putting this conference together. I wish I was able to be with you in person, but happy to join virtually from Washington, D.C., where I have the privilege of leading the international affairs and science diplomacy activities at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, or AAAS. And although American is in its name, AAAS is a mission-driven, multidisciplinary general scientific society with members around the globe. In 2010, AAAS, with its partner, the Royal Society of London, published the New Frontiers of Science Diplomacy, which I was happy to hear mentioned in this conference yesterday. And the framework lays out 3 pillars: science for diplomacy, science in diplomacy, and diplomacy for science. And although not perfect, it provides a useful common structure for what we're talking about when we're talking about science diplomacy. I'll end by saying that science diplomacy operates within a context and one that has become more challenging and complex. And although I think this calls for a new era of science diplomacy with strengthened and not weakened efforts, and which is one of the reasons I'm glad to be participating in this first European Science Diplomacy Conference. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the panel.
Thank you very much. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mustafa. Good afternoon to everybody. Great pleasure for me also to be part of this panel. So I'm one of the 12 EU science counselors that were interviewed by Pierre Bruno, as he explained in his great introduction. At the time of the interview, I was recently posted in Moscow. Before the privilege to serve in our delegations in Washington and Beijing. Although these countries are very different, the nature of the work, as explained by Pierre Bruno, was quite similar. First of all, we have to present and promote a framework program and the external dimension of our research and innovation policy as part of the general relations. Secondly, we have to analyze the policies and programs of the host countries with the idea to identify areas of common interest, notably in the global challenges. And thirdly, to try to coordinate, where possible, the activities of our colleagues in the EU member states. The situation in Moscow changed drastically with the invasion of Ukraine, as we stopped nearly all S&T cooperation suddenly. I'm now working at the EU delegation in the African Union in Addis Ababa, where the situation is also quite different. On one hand, Africa is today a geostrategic priority for the EU, and we are investing massively in science cooperation and capacity building, not only through Horizon Europe, our research and innovation program, but increasingly through the Global Gateway program that was mentioned earlier, with a Team Europe approach. On the one hand, it's a regional delegation covering all of Africa, more than 50 countries, with a rather limited S&T knowledge and fragmented presence in the delegations and the embassies, which is something that we should try to address, as mentioned earlier by Pierre Bruno.
Thank you very much. Then last but not the least, Kathleen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for being invited to this panel. I'm very happy, and this is a pleasure to be here among the distinguished speakers and here at a very nicely organized conference. My name is Katalin Alföldi. I am from the COST Association, which is also a great privilege to come here as a stakeholder next to the EU institutions as well as member states and diplomatic missions. I follow international cooperation and lead the global networking task at COST, and I'm also a former research or science attaché that I was based in Brussels at the Hungarian permanent representations quite some time ago. But the experiences gained there are also inspiring me since then in my work and maybe today in my intervention as well. For those that are less familiar with COST, it stands for European Cooperation in Science and Technology, and this is a program funded by the Horizon Europe Framework Program, and it's also an intergovernmentally led funding scheme supporting the networking of researchers and innovators. These networks of science, technology, policy, international cooperation, and diplomacy, they're designing co-creation spaces, and they also designed in a way to reflect the intergovernmental or multilateral nature of COST governance. I feel that my contribution today here could be more stressed on the connections, the networks that are made among the different stakeholders, because these networks provide simple and easy way to transfer knowledge and exchange wisdom, transfer values, and working methods. These are perfect vehicles to create long-lasting and trusted collaboration spaces and also allow for exploration in looking for needed partnerships and resources. These networks are by nature, of course, outreaching and growing while establishing both local but also global relations. These relations can be then used as also, it was highlighted by Pierre Bruno's keynote speech, as to reinforce vectors or implement additional vectors to convey messages from the European value sphere to beyond, and also to receive these. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you all the speakers to actually pointed out your relation with the science diplomacy. We have heard from Pierre about the role of the EU scientific counselors. So my first question would be to you, Santiago. How does the network of Spanish embassies abroad carry out the strategy for science diplomacy? And what is the engagement of scientists in that context?
Well, our approach to science diplomacy is threefold. In the first place, we operate in our headquarters, bridging the gap between the different stakeholders of the Spanish sector of science and technology here in Spain. That's to say, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Spanish Agency of Cooperation, the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities, and all the public bodies of research, especially the High Council of Scientific Research. We coordinate all these efforts in order to focus on strategy. And then we formulate the strategy of science diplomacy for the Foreign Service that we then disseminate through our network of embassies. We have 130 embassies, of which over 80 now are displaying activities in the field of science diplomacy, which is a tremendous increase over the last 3 years and a tremendous effort of our diplomatic service. That brings me to my second stage, the second point. We send these priorities, which are fully aligned with the Spanish strategy for science and technology, and also with the priorities of the European Union. And then the different embassies involved in our science program sent back to the headquarters their proposals of activities. At this stage, our cooperation with local partners is crucial. The mandate of the embassies in this field and in this second stage of the activity has to do, in the first place, with promoting the science, the Spanish achievements in the field of science abroad, and in the second place, in fostering the networking among Spanish and foreign scientists and among Spanish and foreign reference research centers. In this endeavor, our cooperation with the Spanish diaspora of scientists is also of paramount importance for us. We are working since the inception of this movement of Spanish scientists abroad with the 22 associations of Spanish scientists gathered under the umbrella of RAICEX in more than 22 countries nowadays, and they give us a great deal of inputs. So our counselors in the embassies reach out constantly to the aid and the technical support of the scientists of these associations in order to display our action on the field. But also, we are very confident on the support of our stakeholders here, also in the headquarters, and the scientists of all the public bodies. We are confident about the fact that the embassies have all the assets to fully implement the interaction between the four elements of innovation. That's to say, public administration, private companies, academia, and civil society. The counselors dealing with science affairs in our network of embassies, they are all career diplomats. That means that they are dealing sometimes with a great deal of other competencies and tasks along with the science diplomacy. They may have been consuls, they are dealing as well with cultural affairs and with political matters and so on and so forth. So they are in a very good position to have the overall strategic vision of the international interactions and the international relations. And, but of course, they have to rely on the technical advice, the continuous technical advice of the scientists who operate here in Spain and also abroad on the ground. And the third pillar of our strategy, of course, has to do with capacity building. We have also to bridge the gap between career diplomats, who are the experts in international relations, and those who are experts in the field of technical science, that are specialized, they focus on a tiny little bit of the entire spectrum. So we really believe that we have to promote fora like this one, conferences like this one, our ongoing the organization of our annual meeting that we share with members of the Ministry of Science and Innovation, with colleagues from the associations of Spanish scientists abroad, and which will take place in this very Fundación Ramón Areces right after this European conference. And secondly, we believe that we have to promote and design some kind of academic curriculum in order to raise awareness about the importance of scientific matters among diplomats, and also to encourage those scientists who may be called to display also international activities, but who do not necessarily feel confident in international law or in international relations. So we are trying to work on this with our diplomatic academy, with the High Council of Scientific Research in Spain, in order to design this kind of, so to say, cross-cultural, if I may say, formation, both for scientists and for diplomats working in a common endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you mentioned about the RACEX, because one of them would be actually our disruptive voice. It's great to know that the capacity building for the researcher and science diplomats are continued, which was actually part of the S4D4C. I believe the colleague from the FISIT was part of it. And you also mentioned quite well about bringing the diverse stakeholders. So thinking about that topic, now I would like to move to Martina. Now we would be kind of broadening our horizon in some sense. And I would like to ask her, how can science diplomacy initiatives ensure meaningful inclusions of voices from the global south? And what specific instruments or mechanisms can be employed to amplify their perspective in shaping global scientific collaboration? Martina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And actually, I forgot to thank the organizers in my first part of the speech, so I'll do that right now and thank them. And also, I've been able to listen to part of the conference this morning, and that's why I'm also happy that some of the keywords that I was thinking of in my intervention have also come up very prominently already this morning, because these are the words dialogue, inclusion, and diversity. I think this is something that you will hear a lot in science diplomacy, and I think with inclusion, for me, I'm meaning that when we think about, for example, now a European science diplomacy framework, of course we are centered about our values and our principles. But I think what we need to learn is, and I think the multilateral dialogue that the European Commission has set up with third countries already, is that you see that we need to listen much closer to our international partners and their perception also of values and principles. I mean, what we see as a given, for example, in academic freedom, or also in ethics, in integrity, or also in forms of, for example, the inclusion of gender in our research questions. I think there we have to be honest and see that there is not always 100% alignment or an understanding that is still different due to the cultural differences. And I think that's why we should see this dialogue more as a process and not as an kind of, okay, we have one round of talks and that's it. But I think it's a process because these kind of values are also shifting. And I think we need to learn to listen much closer to our international partners. And I believe that the embassies and the people working in the embassies, that our science attachés, and also, of course, the alumni and diasporas are the ones who are working on the ground and that also can do this explanation and can be super valuable in trying to foster this understanding of these values and principles. So I think this inclusion is one thing, and the dialogue that I've now tried to explain that are so important if we want to talk about science diplomacy. The other one is diversity, and I think that we have already heard about as well, because there are, of course, those kind of given stakeholders like the foreign ministries, also the science ministries, but of course the researchers themselves and the diasporas, they have a very important role, and even the broader public, when they engage in science, they have this role. And I think wherever we can, we should make them also science ambassadors, because I think there is also a very close link to a trust in science and then science diplomacy issues. So I think if the public trusts in science, then also our work in science diplomacy gets easier because we have a lot of people on board. I think that's it for the moment, and I will be happy to go into detail for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. Especially you mentioned about the hearing from the international partner. Then we move to Kim, who is representing AAAS here. So, Kim, we are looking forward to hearing from you.
Great, thanks. I really want to use this opportunity to talk about how AAAS has worked with embassies to advance science diplomacy goals and about capacity development as well. And so AAAS has the mission to advance science and serve society. And most scientists know AAAS as the publisher of the Science magazine. But beyond science and its family of journals, we work in a variety of areas. So AAAS has 4 strategic goals that include advancing scientific excellence and achievement, fostering equity and inclusion for scientific excellence, building trust among scientists and community, and catalyzing progress where science meets policy. And so my team's work fits in a number of those strategic goals, including building trust among the scientific and diplomatic communities, and working to elevate the role of science in foreign policy to address national and global challenges. And we do that by focusing on building relationships, fostering a cohesive science diplomacy stakeholder community, and through our science diplomacy training efforts. And AAAS is based in Washington, D.C., where I am this morning. And so we benefit from having a vibrant embassy community. A number of panelists have talked about science counselors serving in different places, including Washington. And so DC has a lot of diplomats that are specifically focused on scientific issues. And one of the initiatives that we started when I joined AAAS to build stronger relationships with the embassies here in Washington was an ambassador conversation series where we talk with ambassadors in the United States about science diplomacy and international science policy issues. And it's been a wonderful project which has helped build relationships with the embassy, but it's also highlighted themes, and one of which has been that science, and this won't surprise this audience, but that science and technology topics are increasingly being the ones that ambassadors are dealing with. And so I would encourage everybody to look at these. We've talked with ambassadors from Asia, Middle East, Latin America, as well as many European ambassadors, including Finland, Italy, the UK, France, and many others. And also this year, we've expanded the series to include US ambassadors and recently had a great conversation with Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, the US ambassador to Japan, when we were in Tokyo in October. Additionally, I want to note, and this has been mentioned already, that there's a strong science diplomacy community in DC that AAAS has been really benefiting from. And I just want to mention the Science Diplomats Club, which is run out of the French Embassy in Washington, and it was founded in the 1960s. And they support events for science and technology counselors, attachés, and representatives from research institutions. And AAAS has had the pleasure of working with the French Embassy on a number of different events. I want to mention a bit about capacity building. We have an annual course on science diplomacy that we do with the World Academy of Sciences. Some of you in the audience, including our moderator, might be alumni of this course or familiar with this course. But I want to point out that in 2021, in line with our goal to really strengthen the ties between the scientific and diplomatic communities, we adopted a participant pair model, where a scientist and a policymaker or a diplomat from the same country apply and take the course together. And so we don't help put those pairs together, they find each other and apply for the course together. But it's really been great to see increased connections between the pairs and among the pairs, especially once we were able to hold this course in person after the COVID-19 pandemic. And the goal really is to spark these connections that hopefully will continue long past the week-long course. And building these bridges between scientists and policymakers or diplomats, we think are vital to producing the impact that we want to see in science diplomacy. We're really looking forward to seeing more of those connections being made at our next course, which will be held in Trieste in June. And the call for applications is open now, and the deadline is February 5th, if anybody is interested or knows anyone who might be interested in that. I want to end by just saying a few words on the value of transatlantic relationships. In my introductory remarks, I touched on how science diplomacy operates within a context, and one that is complex and changing. Governments are imposing new rules and restrictions on international scientific collaboration, and they're considering limiting the topics of collaboration because of possible implications of science, of national security and defense. And discussions among government and non-governmental stakeholders are increasingly focused on whether international scientific collaboration should be encouraged primarily among nations that share the same standards and values. And as my colleague Bill Kohlblazer and I suggested in an editorial in Science Diplomacy, one might argue we've moved from an era of engagement and cooperation into a new era of competition and cooperation. And this shift is a reminder that science diplomacy is not above politics, but that has always been true. But this new era doesn't change the value of science diplomacy. It's not the time to throw up our hands and become cynical about the power of science diplomacy to affect change and reduce conflict. Instead, this new era, as I mentioned, calls for strengthening our efforts, especially in two areas. First, as we see a growing number of relationships between countries becoming tense or potentially even estranged, there's an increased value of the soft power of science to maintain and improve those informal relationships. And second, if the world is going to make progress on problems like climate change and food security, international cooperation is essential. And to ensure that that cooperation remains, it's imperative to articulate that fostering international scientific cooperation is and remains in the national interest of the country. And to achieve those things, relationships with countries who have shared values and goals are critical, especially ones across the Atlantic. And I think there's a lot of work to be done, and we're facing a challenging landscape. But I'm an optimist and think that if we work to develop a solid plan, we can make a significant progress in building stronger ties between the scientific and diplomatic communities and work together to elevate the role of science in foreign policy in the US and in Europe and in beyond. And so thank you again for including me in this panel, and I wish I was there to participate in person, but really enjoying this discussion.
Thank you very much, Kim. You were absolutely right. I saw a couple of, regarding the capacity building, I have seen a couple of attendees of the AAAS TOAS course actually here within the audience. So you also mentioned about this new form of training. I think this is very crucial because in the European Science Diplomacy Alliance General Assembly, we were talking about providing training, but for what purpose, what audience? I think this pairing model would actually give some answer that there is a training, but with a targeted impact. Now from Washington, D.C., I would be moving to our colleague and the representative of European Union in the African Union, Laurent. My question to you would be, how does the engagement of the scientific diaspora effectively contribute to amplifying the voice of Europe? And what strategies have proven successful in fostering long-term collaboration and partnership between scientific diaspora as well as institutions in African countries?
Well, thank you very much for a very easy question, especially for somebody who has been in Africa only 3 months. I think there are 2 parts in your questions. First is the role of the scientific diaspora, as already introduced by Pierre Bruno. And the second one is the importance of developing partnerships. So when you talk about scientific diaspora, we need to define what it is. Are we talking about the European scientists who are working in Africa, academics who are teaching in African universities? Are we talking about entrepreneurs who are developing innovative activities and doing business in Africa? Or are we considering the African scientists who are currently in Europe, those alumni from Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, for instance? You run this association. Some have returned to Africa. Some are still in Europe. They have 1 foot in Europe, 1 foot in their home countries. I think all of these people are key for developing successful cooperation, but they may need different type of support. And the proposal to work together with member states is a good one. Before I left Moscow, we organized a big event with the Alumni Association from the member states. And we gathered 100+ people. Some didn't want to come because of the context, but we managed to have alumni from the EU program, Marie Skłodowska-Curie Action, Erasmus, but also from some of the member states who work with us. And we had really a good platform to discuss with these European ambassadors back in Russia about the situation. Now, the second part of the question is developing partnerships. And this is more the part of diplomacy for science dimension that Kim was referring to. In the case of the African Union, 15 years ago, the EU and the AU came together and developed a policy dialogue, high-level policy dialogue. And there have been since 8 senior official meetings, 1 meeting of all the ministers on both sides, science ministers. And there the objective is to try to align priorities, to develop large joint program to address mostly the grand challenges and the common challenges that we have continent to continent. And in the case of Africa, also to build capacity, science capacity in Africa. So maybe the biggest and the example, successful example, is the EDCTP program that you have maybe heard of. It's a program on the fight against infectious disease. Last month in Paris, we celebrated 20 years anniversary, and we just launched the 3rd phase of this program with a budget of 1.6 billion euro over 7 years, half coming from the Horizon Europe program, but the rest coming from member states, 15 EU member states, 26 African member states, and philanthropy like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and industry. So this is a very large program. We have similar program, maybe with less funding in other areas, climate change, sustainable agriculture. But increasingly, this is done with the support of this Global Gateway program, our development funding program, which is investing in capacity building for science and education increasingly in Africa. So building on this, we also, last July, launched a AU-EU innovation agenda that was adopted by the ministers on both sides. And there, the goal is not to put more money, but to develop a platform for putting this research cooperation at work in terms of developing innovative products and services, and linking entrepreneurs from both sides, incubators and innovation hubs to facilitate development of innovative solutions. So to answer your question, we need both. We need a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down being multi-annual, ambitious, based on trust and co-ownership, and challenge-driven, where we give a direction for the cooperation. But at the same time, we need to leave room for creativity by individual scientists through COST or through Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions networks, or through the bilateral programs that all the member states provide, which are often simpler, 1+1 partners. And for the innovators, build on this new platform, African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren. This is really important that you mention the top-down and bottom-up approach. I think this should be quite crucial when we are talking about bringing different stakeholders, actually, both from Europe and outside Europe. Before I ask to Kathleen, may I ask the technical team to display the second question, because during the, at one point of time, we would like to discuss who are the participants and what they would like to hear from us. So my question to you, Kathleen, would be, considering the importance of creating networks, what we have listened today, particularly within EU delegations, member state, how can these entities, for example, you are representing COST here, leverage the trust-based platform, what just Lauren mentioned, for collaboration as a crucial element?
Thank you very much. It is a very good question, and I think the answer would be very easy and simple, because there is only one word to that: use COST better. But of course, if I go a little bit more in the complexity of the question, I can see two approaches to answer that. One is that to benefit more from the professional networks that are built up, established, thanks to EU funding, but also other kind of collaboration schemes, which, and the other part is to network the professionals. In the first attempt, I believe that here in this room, we are all convinced that collaboration and exchanges are necessary to find common solutions. And when we think about cooperation, it already is starting with the big question, okay, but with whom should I cooperate? How to identify the partners? And this might be the most strategically the most important, but also the most difficult, and in some cases maybe risky part to engage with the new partners that might be unknown. And if these risks or these unknown parts can be mitigated, that can facilitate the way to create the networks. The risk mitigation can be done via networks that allow for a collaboration, exploring long-term potential of working together, building trust, and creating the communities. These networks are composed of individuals, and these individuals belong to also other networks, being them either researchers or diplomats. And building on these individuals, when reaching out both in the home countries or in the host countries, that could be the reinforcement of platforms of collaboration, and there could be also important partners to the embassies or to the delegations in the host countries. When I said networking professionals, that could refer back to the previously commented element that how you network science counselors in the field. Is it something that the EU delegation science counselor is coordinating those ones, those colleagues from member states that are also based in the same host town, or it is a coordination among science counselors or science attachés from the same countries posted at different locations? This is something that to be seen for which question or which issue is maybe the most beneficial to go for. And I think here I will stop, and I would be happy also to quote some examples of funded projects, what they could achieve with networking, if there is still time for that later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. Before I move to the next point, could I ask the technical team to show the third question for the audience? Thank you. So far we have heard the stories from 2 member states, Austria and Spain, our international partner, AAAS, as well as our delegation outside Europe and in Europe, but also wider network. In all, the keynote as well as the speaker mentioned the importance of the scientific diaspora. So now it's our time as a disruptive voice to invite our colleague Javier from RISEX, who would be giving his thought.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. Let me start with 2 examples. You have already heard about RICEX, the network of associations of Spanish researchers abroad, which I'm representing today. Well, RICEX is actually the result of some mistaken political decisions. In this case, the shortening of research funding by the Spanish government during financial crisis, forcing lots of highly skilled Spanish researchers to go abroad for pursuing their careers. And what did the researchers do? They came together and started what we know today as RICEX, a network with currently more than 4,000 members and with representation in more than 30 countries, that has established itself as an important stakeholder in Spanish science diplomacy by, for example, providing advice on how to attract scientific talent to Spain, but also channeling bilateral collaborations and collaborating with the network of embassies of Spain around the world. The other example I want to highlight is Brexit, another example of mistaken political decisions. And I'm not referring only to the exit of the UK from the European Union, but also the political decision of the Commission of not having scientific cooperation with the UK as a top priority from the first moment. And again, what researchers do in this scenario, we came together again to create this platform that I'm proud to coordinate, that is Connect UK, a partnership between the different associations of EU researchers in the UK with the aim of strengthening the scientific relationships between the EU and the UK through civil society. This partnership has thus got some generous funding from the European Commission, and we can think of it as a pilot experiment on how the EU delegation in the UK, in this case, can work together with the European scientific diaspora and the political and scientific institutions in the UK and the EU, and also the embassies of the different member states. With these 2 examples, I wanted to highlight the essential role that the scientific diaspora can play in EU science diplomacy, understanding this diaspora as the organized associations of researchers and scientists working not only in academia, but also in the private sector. And what does make us special? Some of these points have already been discussed in the keynote talk by Professor Ruffini. That is, like, we know perfectly the scientific system in both in our host and home countries, and in some cases we know them even better than our embassies. We have scientific, political, and social connections in both countries, and also some of the decisions on science diplomacy affect us directly. So for this reason, we think that we, civil society, the European research diaspora, must have a seat on the table. If there are, for example, negotiations on including new associate members to the EU framework programs, please include us in the conversations. If there are plans for launching a scientific cooperation program with a third country, let's say in Africa, for example, please include us in the conversations. If there are plans for establishing bilateral relationships in science and innovation between 2 countries, please again include us in the conversations, because I truly think that we can bring lots to the table. But this is not only about what the research diaspora can give to the embassies, the delegations, and the governments, it's also what you can give us to us. And it's something that I think it has not been discussed yet. On this line, please give us support, and not only financial, but also institutional, and help us to secure private funding. Also give us recognition for our work, in which most of the case is voluntary. Also, allow us to be independent so that we do not look as an extension of the embassies. And lastly, as I was said before, please include us in the conversation and trust on us, because as we say in RAICEX, la unión hace la ciencia, or in English, unity makes science. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Javier. This is really a wonderful monologue on especially the inclusion of the researchers' organization or diaspora organizations in all discussion. I mean, I think there are already initiatives started from the last year from different stakeholder consultation. However, being part of the next framework program, for example, would be quite crucial for scientific diaspora. Now I wanted to check with the speaker if anyone would like to reflect online and on site on what Javier said.
Mustafa, if I can
shortly
please come in.
Yes.
I also think that this is really an important resource that we need, and of course, as a government, it is somehow difficult for us to recognize that there is a research community that has deliberately decided to move out of your country, so to say, to move somewhere else, and to acknowledge that maybe the situation or the framework conditions they have had in their own country is not as favorable as where they are going. But I still think that you have, and you should recognize their talent. And I just wanted to give you one example. In Austria, of course, we also have a huge research community of Austrians living now in the US. And what we have done is actually we have created a prize for them while they are working abroad on their scientific achievements, which is to recognize, okay, they are abroad for the moment, but we are not forgetting them. We still see them as part of our research community, and I think it's really important to keep these connections, and even if they have decided for a certain amount of time or even forever to move abroad, that they are part of your scientific community, and to acknowledge their talent and their excellence even while they are abroad.
Thank you very much, Martina. Yes, Austria has really quite some program also in the past to foster the collaboration between Austrian scientists in China as well as in United States and other countries. Now, looking at the panel, maybe, Laurent first.
Yes, thanks, Javier, for the contribution. I understand you have two hats. From your first hat, we'll be interested to talk, to know who are the Spanish scientists in Africa and see how we can work together. Same for networks from other countries, Austria and all the other countries who are here. And as part of the work we will do on developing this European science diplomacy framework, it's interesting to see what we can do with this community. They may not want to do anything, they want to stay. But if they join your association, probably there is an expectation. So let's see what we can do, and listen to them. On your other hat, which first time I heard about it, so I understand it was motivated by the Brexit and the need to sign an association to Horizon Europe. I think it's also interesting. It's part of building the European research area, and I wonder whether other countries have similar association, like you do Connect UK, you have a Connect France, trying to link all the foreign scientists living in France to be a source of proposal for better conditions, working as a foreigner in France, to take an example. Just a question, is it specific to UK?
Thank you, Laurent. Just before coming to you, I mean, one comment what Javier also made, I just want to reiterate that, is that these organizations, RACEX, also MCAA actually does that with the international researchers within and outside the specific country. There are also similar other organizations. The work is volunteer, so they are volunteers, and this is a amount of work in not only on diplomacy, but especially on science policy, this organization does. This is really tremendous. And there should be a way to recognize such efforts. So now, Santiago, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Javier, for your intervention. Well, I totally agree with you because, of course, diaspora is the result of brain drain in the first place. But after so many years abroad, many of you have come back to Spain, and now we are taking advantage of your lessons learned, and you have you are really instrumental in the designing of a strategy to attract and retain talent here in our country. And you are also acting as everyday counselors and advisors of our, the actors of science diplomacy in our embassies. And you know that you can trust on our support. We back you up. You can count on our funding for your activities. We are very grateful for all the support you give us. And of course, and I want to set this clear for everyone else, we are very respectful when it comes to respecting the freedom and independence of the associations. They are 100% civil society, and they will go on acting as such.
Thank you very much, Santiago. Here you have some confirmation, so hold on to that. Now it's a time for the question-answer session. So before that, may I ask the technical colleague to show us the answer of the Slido questions, so that we have an idea where the audience are coming from. Okay, so the answer to these questions that, wow, so apparently there are a lot of people, well, which is understandable. There are, the audience is full of experts from science diplomat or on science diplomacy. That's good to know. Now, I would also kindly ask to show the questions in the Slido, but here, if anyone would like to ask any question to the panelists, please raise your hand. We have here one, and then, so first there, and then Rasmus.
Good morning. I'm Ulysse Schell from the Swiss Embassy. First, I'd like to thank you all for all of your intervention. And second, I'd like to stress that on the global stage, the space for multilateralism seems to be shrinking, including in the science diplomacy field, while polarization and politicization grows. Due to geopolitical reasons, Russia is leaving the ISS and the CERN, for example. What initiatives could and should we put forward to tackle these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the online or on-site speaker would like to answer? Okay.
I'm happy to jump in and take a first stab at that not easy question. But I would say I think this is the time for trying to build relationships to really use the soft power of science. And so for AAAS, we're seeing sort of these changes in this very complex geopolitical situation that's occurring. And one value that I think we really think AAAS has is that we're a non-government organization, right? And so we've been able to be in spaces when, entire official relationships between countries have been completely severed. And so AAAS has had a role of trying to connect the scientific communities from the United States and Cuba since 1997, so long before the US and Cuba renormalized relationships. I think as the US-China relationship gets more tense and strained, we are actively thinking about what role AAAS as a non-government organization can play to ensure that there is still scientific collaboration, especially at the fundamental research level. But it is a very changing and challenging geopolitical time. But I think there is a role for potential different stakeholders, and I would argue there's an increased role for a non-government stakeholder to make sure that those bridges can still be built between those countries.
Thank you very much. Anyone would like to reflect? If not, then I would give the floor to Rasmus.
Yes, thank you for very stimulating remarks. I have a question to Laurent Boschereau about Africa. Stephanie Balm mentioned this morning how active China is educating, contributing to higher education in the global south. So Laurent and anybody else who wants to reflect, I'm very curious, what is, how to say, the scientific coexistence of Europe and China in Africa? I mean, do you ignore China? Do you try to replace China? Do you engage China? And what do the African counterparts think? And giving you a second to collect your thoughts, I can just mention that 10 days ago, I flew Guangzhou, Istanbul on Turkish Airlines. And next to Turkish Airlines check-in, there was Eritrean Airlines. And if one wanted to observe China, Middle East, Africa relations, being at Turkish Airlines or Eritrea Airlines check-in in Guangzhou was quite the place to be. Thank you.
It's a very good question, and I don't have a full answer, but I can give you elements. First one, 2 weeks ago, I was in Pretoria for the South Africa Science Forum, big event, 4,500 people, mostly from Africa, but also international participants. And they gave Science Diplomacy Award. And one of them was for the Chinese embassy. And they explained that Chinese are investing massively today in South Africa on e-commerce. They develop a lot of business activities, asking the South African to open the doors for their companies to arrive. And they also invest massively in space area, which is interesting as we are ourselves with ESA developing very strong cooperation with the African Space Agency, which is nascent, being established currently in Cairo. That's one element of answer. Another one is, as I was based in China, when I met the Chinese counterparts, there are 2 people from MOST, Ministry of Science and Technology from China, who are based in Addis Ababa, so I invited them for lunch, which they accepted. It's not always given. But during that discussion, they told me 2 interesting things. One, first posting, nobody was there before. They were just arrived, 1 senior, 1 junior. And basically, they were asked, think what we can do, how can do it. And their question to me was, we want to learn from you. We want to know what you're doing. To which I answered, we are partly competing, obviously, for the reason you explained. But for some areas, we can also work together for the good of Africa and the good of the global challenges. We work together. So this is the state of my current thinking. So basically, at the continental level, they mostly invest in infrastructures. In research, they are rather timid compared to what we do. They fund individuals working in key organizations. They have funded the building where the African Union Commission sits today. They have funded the building where the African CDC is currently located. So they do all this. But it's so far rather compared to what we do, I would say we are much more ahead. But my final answer to your question is, it's interesting that since we've been here yesterday, we have been discussing about developing this European science diplomacy framework between European and trying to develop a Team Europe approach, which is very important. But as you asked, I think on day one, there are a lot of things going on outside. And nobody mentioned, for instance, BRICS. And as you know, BRICS, under BRICS, which is an economic association more than a political one, there is a lot of cooperation on science, on foresight, on COVID, there was a lot of research. And next year, in 2 weeks, Russia takes over the chairmanship, and there are 6 new members, as you know. Ethiopia, one of them, where I sit today, but also other countries, very diverse. So it will be quite interesting to see how this grouping, BRICS, that nobody mentioned here, will have an influence in setting up and what kind of science diplomacy they will develop within BRICS, extended, and to the rest of the members, all the countries who wanted to join BRICS, who finally were not invited last year or this year to join the initiative.
Thank you very much. In view of the time, we can really take one last question. Please, very brief.
Thank you. My name is Maria Harking. I'm based in Oxford at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. So embassies can play a crucial role in building equitable partnerships, especially with low and middle income countries. I would like to ask your thoughts on what concrete actions could science attachés embrace in their job profiles to fully build those equitable partnerships, not only by building those partnerships, but also by advising home funding institutions to promote those equitable partnerships. Thank you.
Anyone from the... Yeah, please, go ahead.
Well, in my opinion, science attachés must have a very sound formation and experience in sustainable development. That's the way they will display correctly their actions in order to entail these relationships with countries in need of international cooperation. So there must be a focus in order to select those profiles for this career. We need people with experience in international cooperation for the development.
Thank you very much. The time is already ran out, so I would be very quickly asking our online speaker to say one word. What would be your takeaway from this session, starting with Kim?
I think it's hard to say one word, but I would say the value of partnerships and building relationships.
Thank you. Martina?
One word is difficult, but I would say engagement.
Perfect, thank you. Lauren?
Well, I think there was a lot of good ideas raised, how to work more with the Team Europe approach. So I think we need to share this information and discuss to see what we can do with the diaspora, but also with the different network of science attachés in various parts of the world.
Kathleen?
It would be use networking for exploring and build trust and engage.
I'll just outline our three main challenges. But first, as the keynote speaker said, full-scale coordination among actors. Secondly, better awareness of the potential of science as a tool for policymaking and for diplomacy. And last but not least, more money.
Perfect ending note. Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker and the audience. Thank you very much.
Una pantalla. Hello. If you could please take a seat. We are about to start. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are slightly getting towards the end of the conference, but we still have one more exciting roundtable to go, first on building capacity for European science diplomacy. So to moderate this panel, I want to welcome Marga Gual-Soler, Head of Science Diplomacy Capacity Building from the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. Please, Marga, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final session of the final panel of this conference. My name is Marga Gual-Soler. I'm the Head of Science Diplomacy Capacity Building at the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator, which was mentioned earlier by Swiss Secretary of State Alexandre Fazel as this new dimension of science diplomacy that relates to the multilateral governance of emerging science and technology advances. But over the last 10 years, I've been privileged to be involved in the journey of science diplomacy of the Spanish government and, of course, the EU processes at large. And I want to thank and congratulate Ana, Gianmarco, Izaskun, Lorenzo, everybody that has been part of this journey for almost 10 years. Because it really has been a journey of resilience, perseverance, relentless optimism. And at times it has been very, very hard. So I think this conference really is the culmination of many, many years of work that has not been visible. And I really thank you all for bringing us to where we are today. So this panel is about capacity building in science diplomacy. The importance of training, education in science diplomacy was underlined as a priority by the EU research ministers at the conference, the ministerial conference in Santander just in July this year. And it was the first time that the importance of education and training in this field was brought to the front. Of course, training and capacity has been a recurrent topic in this conference throughout the last 2 days. Namely, how do we use science diplomacy to tackle geopolitical challenges? How do we make science diplomacy more strategic and resilient through anticipation and foresight? And how do we strengthen science diplomacy in missions, delegations, embassies? All of these streams of work, all of these ambitions will require a dedicated effort and new ways, new approaches of training scientists, diplomats, and the people that are in between. So today we are going to hear from all of the sectors and all of the stakeholders that are involved or should be involved in building capacities in science diplomacy. I have to say that this is not a new idea. For the last 10 years almost, we have seen the emergence of science diplomacy training programs all around the world on different topics, different priority issues, different regional and national approaches all around the world. And again, many of the pioneers are in this room today. In Europe, the Horizon 2020 projects that were mentioned by Ana already included a very strong linkage between research and training. And today, we also heard from the JRC representative an exercise of building a competency framework for science and policy, which very much could be expanded to include science and diplomacy. However, we have seen, of course, this growing appetite and this growing offer for science diplomacy training around the world. But we also heard that there seems to be an imbalance between supply and demand. And that means that the speed and the pace for trainings and for people to want to be become or to aspire to become science diplomats or fluent in these two languages, this speed is not really matched by the uptake, the demand side. This is the diplomacy world. We have heard from the External Action Service representative that perhaps diplomacy should become better at formulating the demands that they want from science. So all of this has resulted in a rather uncoordinated and fragmented landscape for training around the world. And importantly, I think this was also mentioned a few times, better ways to measure and assess the impact of science diplomacy action. So what we will discuss today in this last panel, the questions are: who needs science diplomacy training? For what objectives? What should this training include? Is it about scientists gaining a better understanding of diplomacy, international relations, geopolitics, international law? Or is it for diplomats who tend to be generalists to become more specialized on the issue of the day? Is it about finding a common language so both worlds can work together? Do we even need the figure of the elusive science diplomat, that strange creature that operates at the boundary and can comfortably engage with the two worlds? So our panel will bring together representatives of diplomatic, scientific, academic, and boundary-spanning organizations to take stock of this journey so far, identify some best practices, successes, challenges, audience targets, and so forth. And hopefully our conversation will ultimately feed the work of the working group for in capacity building for the next year. So let me now introduce our first speaker, who's our keynote speaker today, that has been also involved in these efforts for many, many years. This is Izaskun Lacunza. She is the Science for Policy Director at the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology. And Izaskun, to frame your remarks, I would like to remind us of 5 years ago in the Madrid Declaration for Science Diplomacy, we set our ambition for capacity building as follows. We said, all the stakeholders involved in science diplomacy will benefit from exchange and capacity building activities. Cutting edge, interdisciplinary, intergenerational, interactive training modules are needed to enable diplomats, public officials, and scientists to cooperate in an efficient way and strengthen future science diplomacy. This capacity building runs in parallel to the need to establish new science diplomacy positions, such as science advisors in foreign ministries, science staff at embassies, etc. And this will result in new career paths for science diplomacy professionals. Izaskun, please join us to take stock of what we've done so far and what needs to be done.
Thank you, Marga, for your nice introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. I am even a little bit emotional because, I mean, when Marga is reminding this long journey, I mean, one gets a little bit emotional. So I don't know if I can have my presentation on screen. Here I am, yes. And okay, so basically what I'm gonna do today is to reflect with you about these 10 years of capacity building and awareness raising on science diplomacy from the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, the one I belong to. So Anna already explained yesterday that it's been a long journey. We started in 2014 deploying 3 researchers in 3 Spanish embassies. And that was a pilot that was extremely successful, and that we like to think that it was like the start of the Spanish science diplomacy strategy, which remains until today. Tomorrow we will be having our 8th meeting with the different stakeholders here in the country. We also participated in the S44C project, mainly on capacity building activities. We are now chairs of the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance, and recently we have widened a little bit our scope, not only working in science diplomacy issues, but also in science for policy, because in a way, we are talking about bringing knowledge beyond the academic walls and trying to somehow foster better policy making, not only in the government, but also in other branches, such as the legislative. And of course, we are very happily contributing to the European Union Science Diplomacy Framework. Now, throughout these years, we've done a lot of activities. We have trained researchers and diplomats in very many different formats. We have been trying to connect academia, diplomats, and policymakers. We've been raising awareness about what we really believed it was an opportunity for Europe to use European Union science diplomacy to foster global challenges and to address global challenges. And we like to think as well that we have been contributing to this common reflection about who we are and where we want to be, and this is part of the conference today. We have suffered a lot. I mean, Marga was saying it, this is not an easy journey. We are calling for a cultural change. We are talking about breaking silos, trying to work differently and to address global challenges together, from the national to the European Union level, from the academia to the scientific world. So, I mean, it's not easy. And this is something that I really want to stress today. Among all these activities, I mean, I decided to highlight this one just to show that there is an appetite for science diplomacy capacity building, as Marga was saying. During the S44C project, we developed this online course, which is basically a 14-hour course that has been taken by thousands of students from all over the world. And we are talking over 4,000 students taking this course. I mean, we couldn't believe our eyes. And even today, this course is being taken by many different students, professionals, diplomats, and so on. But during the time in the S44C project, and thanks to all these conversations that we were having with our stakeholders, we were also able to publish a policy paper that we call Calling for a Systemic Change, in which we try to reply to three very important questions. Where do we want to be in terms of European Union science diplomacy? It's been said many times, but science diplomacy is a tool for something, and it's a matter of deciding what for we want to use this science diplomacy. We also wanted to do a diagnosis of where we were, because as Marga was saying, there are many gaps that need to be addressed, and we wanted to be systematic and try to identify what those gaps were. And finally, how we are going to get where we want to be. So, regarding the where do we want to be, we had a clear idea in 2021. We really wanted European Union science diplomacy to contribute to address global challenges. I know that the world has changed a lot since 2021, but we truly believe that this vision needs to remain in the European Union. It might be more difficult now with the geopolitical situation, but we want to keep the idea of addressing global challenges as the core of the European science diplomacy efforts. But where were we in 2021? So what we tried to do was to identify the stopper, the warnings, and the drivers for a European science diplomacy in a fit European science diplomacy. So basically, we identified those stoppers, warners, and drivers in the three communities: in the scientific community, in the diplomatic community, and in the science diplomacy community. It's not the time to go through all of them, but I have highlighted some of those that have something to do with capacity building. So in the scientific world, for instance, in the stoppers, you can see the lack of a structured policy engagement in scientific institutions, and clearly one of the barriers to science diplomacy. The lack of both diplomatic training in the research community and scientific training in the diplomatic community were identified as warnings, and also the different understandings about science diplomacy in the science diplomacy world. And as we've witnessed during these 2 days, this lack of understanding or continuous conversation remains. And as an opportunity, we clearly identified a demand for training from both communities. And this is something that is undeniable. There is an appetite for training on this. Finally, how did we propose that we would get to this European science diplomacy capable of addressing global challenges? What we proposed was this systemic change. We basically recommended 15 different issues on these different bubbles that belong to the systemic change that we are calling for. Of course, we are talking about people, and this is precisely the discussion about today, but also knowledge, governance with no silos, alliances, and institutions. And this needs to be somehow steered by an integrative leadership. And I have to say that I like to see the European Union doing this integrative leadership, and the way they are actually putting together the European science diplomacy framework is clearly a good sign of that. Now, what recommendations did we suggested for the people side? The first one was to empower and train researchers and diplomats to work together to address science diplomacy SDGs. Using the traffic lights, I would say that we got a green there, although there's a lot to discuss in terms of how good we are doing this training. The next recommendation was to diversify career paths for scientists and diplomats to include professionals in knowledge brokerages, and we are not doing so good on that. If I take the Spanish experience, I mean, very little has been done in terms of diversifying career paths. There is some optimistic innovation, partially done by the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, by the way, but there's much to be done here. And the other recommendation that is in the red light and that we truly still believe is that we need to launch a fellowship scheme for scientists to work in the European Commission, in the European External Action Service, and in member states' government institutions, and we are not doing so good in that. But let's come back to the bigger picture. We are calling for a systemic change, and the beauty and the difficulty of a systemic change is that many things need to happen at the same time, and we are focusing on the people side. But if the rest of the bubbles don't deliver, we are at high risk of creating a bubble, a training bubble. If institutions don't build their own capacity to incorporate these new professionals into their systems, through, I don't know, public policy units in the universities and research performing organizations, just to name an example. If we are training our people, our researchers, to do transdisciplinary research, but the knowledge system still asks them to work in silos, if we are trying to train professionals that are mobile, but the governance with no silos doesn't exist, we are asking our people too much. I mean, we need to facilitate those that we are training, we need to facilitate them their paths. So many questions for the working group, even for the panel. How are we working good enough in all these spheres so that the efforts we are doing on the people side actually flourish? Are we promoting institutional capacity building enough? We talk about capacity building, and usually it's very individual, a very individualistic approach, and we really think that institutions need to take responsibility and build capacities in terms of science diplomacy. How do we move from scattered and coordinated training efforts to more structured training? Do these trainings have a clear purpose? I mean, every training should have a clear purpose, right? Another thing that is super clear to me is that the best way to learn a profession or a job is to actually do it. I mean, the time we learned the most was when we were in our embassies. The time we are learning the most on how to be science advisors to the parliament is actually being science advisors to the parliament. Are new career paths being supported in Europe? There's moves around that, but we still need to be, our message needs to be much stronger. Are we facilitating mobility of these highly skilled professionals? I don't want to say researchers anymore, but highly skilled professionals capable of being in the two worlds. And I have to end like this with many questions, and I am very happy to be part of the working group, and we hopefully will try to solve all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izaskun, for setting the stage so well for this discussion. Let me now invite our panelists. Please join me on stage as I introduce you. You can all come to the stage. So with us today, we have Dirk-Jan Koch, who is the Chief Science Officer of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. We have Martina Schubert, the Deputy Director of the Vienna School of International Studies. Angela Liberatori, the Head of Scientific Management Department at the European Research Council, ERC. We can have the diplomats in one side and the academics in the other, or we can be more inclusive and mix. We have Jean-Christophe Maudieu, the Associate Professor of Science Diplomacy at the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering and Public Policy at UCL, University College London. Maria Joosten, the Chair of the EU Science Diplomacy Alliance Task Force on Capacity Building, and Senior Scientific Officer at DLR, the German Aerospace Agency. And I will later, do we have, no. so we are full. And I will later introduce to our disruptor, although I think we have more than one disruptor in this panel, so brace yourselves, who is Laura García Gómez, Counselor for Cultural and Scientific Affairs at the Embassy of Spain in Copenhagen. So let's start with our academic side of things with you, JC. So of course, the role of universities in science diplomacy education is crucial. And it has been, I think, mentioned repeatedly, how do we train scientists to be better versed in diplomacy, to be able to engage at that interface? Can you share about you are a professor, associate professor of science diplomacy, meaning now it's starting to become even a faculty title, which is something relatively new. Can you share about your course? Who are your students? What are you teaching? And what are their prospects and career aspirations after taking your course?
Thank you, Marga. First, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the Spanish and European Commission colleagues for the invitation and for a great event, which is a little emotional, I have to say. Here, I just want to focus on the young generation only, which is and from a university perspective. And first, I also want to acknowledge the great work that is happening in Europe, in other universities. Like Sciences Po, with Professor Stephanie Baum, or here in Spain at the Barcelona Institute of International Studies with Alex Arroyo, who have courses focusing on science diplomacy, like I do at University College London. And all of us academics know how hard it is to convince our institutions to actually take up these courses and insert them in curricula. And I think it's only the beginning, but once this is done, we can see the demand speaks for itself in terms of the interests of the students and the student numbers. So just to get a little bit of context, my course at UCL is part of a broader master's in science policy at the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Public Policy. And there the students learn about the interface of science and policy in a national context, and they specialize in energy policy, digital policy, and so on. And they come from all over the world, and often from their bureaucracies as well, where they are involved in S&T and public policy. So the course that I offer on science diplomacy is to enable them to familiarize themselves with the interface of science and diplomacy, or science and the geopolitical context. And as such, the course is fairly transversal, meaning that I equip the students with a broad understanding of the field, the frameworks, the many actors in the field, the interfaces, the processes, and the new latest developments in the field. That's so that they can converse in science diplomacy with any science diplomacy scholar or practitioner fairly easily. So they have the same sort of understanding of where we are in the field. And I let the students choose their particular topic of interest through their assignments. So that differs a little bit from maybe some of the courses that we've seen, where it's a weekly topic, each topic on health and digital and so on and so on. And that is what Marga and I had argued for in the paper we published in 2020, although the field has moved on quite significantly at pace from this. So again, this is not to say that different trainings are not required in terms of deep dives at diplomatic academies, and we'll surely hear about that shortly. And that shows also that courses need to be tailored to really specific audiences, to who you're teaching. And then one thing I'd like to note also is that in Europe we don't have fully blended programs at say the bachelor level. Maybe there's some initiative in Switzerland, maybe starting, but we need more of that so that we can train people in the young generation as brokers in science and international relations from the get-go. So that's my remark on education.
Thank you so much, JC. It almost makes me think, is science diplomacy too broad? Should it be more thematic, perhaps, to be better understood in terms of, is it science in climate diplomacy? Is it science in health diplomacy? Is it digital? So the more thematic specialization, have you perhaps thought of that?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, again, this is an introductory course, right? So it's really to get them to understand what science diplomacy means to the community and to be able to converse in that. and to relate. But again, I think as we move into fully blended programs, then definitely there's a need to specialize and really understand the ecosystem specific to each subdomain, let's say.
Great, thank you so much. It's a great point in terms of different systems. In the US, there's this minor and major system where you can have a degree in computer science and then a minor in international relations, for example. But in Europe, it's actually happening. Switzerland, the University of Geneva, is starting a new dual degree, computer science and international relations. And if you're interested in learning more, we have here the representatives. So that's really great to see. So let's now turn to the diplomatic side and maybe check a little bit what we heard against the kind of the training and the future training of diplomats. You represent the Vienna School of International Studies, which is the oldest diplomatic training institution in the world. So you have certainly seen, not you personally, but your institution has seen the evolution of the diplomatic profession and the need to evolve the training, adapt to the new times and realities. So how are you integrating science and technology in the diplomatic training, not only of your school and not only for the Vienna School, but also you get students from diplomatic schools from all around the world. So how are you seeing now this shift happening in diplomatic training?
Thank you, Marga. And first of all, let me thank also the Spanish presidency and the European Commission, in particular the initiator and big worker behind this conference, Jan Marco Müller, personally also for inviting me to this panel this afternoon. I think it's time that we have a conference on European science diplomacy. A lot has been done already, but in this forum, and it's very impressive, and I would like to welcome also the participants online. Science diplomacy is core. It's a key area, not only for science, but also for diplomacy. It's evident, but one has to stress it all the time again. And that's why at our Vienna School of International Studies, that will celebrate 270 years next year, so it's really the oldest school of its kind, we have also taken up this topic, science diplomacy, very seriously. And our aim is to form the future leaders in politics, in diplomacy, in international organizations, in business. And for that, we have realized that already for a few years ago, that science and technology is key. You have to be aware about science and technology when you enter in a leader position. And therefore, we have set up one master program that was already a few years ago called Environmental Technologies and International Affairs. So it's a 2-year master program that we offer in cooperation with the Technological University of Vienna. And in this program, students not only get knowledge in, I would say, traditional international relations, being in legal, economic, political science, but get also an in-depth knowledge about environmental technology issues like air management, water management, environment issues, energy issues. So all these aspects, after 2 years with this master, really the students have an in-depth knowledge in this science technology area. And of course, what we are all living in now is the digital transformation. We are all aware that it's called, I would even say, industrial revolution we are living. It is developing very fast, and therefore we have set up a new master program that will start next September with the University of Innsbruck, called Digital International Affairs. Also there to have a link between theory and practice to give the students not only the knowledge in international relations, but also to be aware, learn about big data, about programming skills, about digital campaigning, all these issues that are important nowadays in international relations to be aware of. I won't take more, but I could continue more. Thank you.
Thanks, Martina. Let me just ask you a follow-up question, because for many countries, starting or entering the diplomatic career is actually restricted to only very particular degrees. So, for example, international relations, international law, political science. So, meaning biologist or engineer couldn't normally access the diplomatic profession, and this is changing, but still in many countries is actually not allowed. Are you seeing more backgrounds in science and technology coming to or trying to enter a diplomatic career? And if not, what could be done perhaps to encourage more? Is this something that is in the radar of these professionals, or you only still get kind of more the traditional backgrounds?
Absolutely. It's a wish also from our foreign ministry to open more to other sectors, I would say, and knowledge. And therefore, our, let's say, application is open to bachelors from other science backgrounds. It's important nowadays to be, not working in silos, and it's beneficiary also for our students in our master programs to interact with students from other backgrounds and with other knowledges. So this multidisciplinary effect, we take it on board from the beginning, and it's most welcome also by the Foreign Ministry. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So let's continue now with foreign affairs and turn to Dirk Jan. From the perspective of a foreign ministry, we heard about the emergence of new profiles, new professions, new appointments of science diplomacy ambassadors, tech envoys, science embassy fellows. How are you training these figures that enter this interface, and what is the experience of the Netherlands in advancing science within the foreign ministry?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And do you know what my favorite song is, by the way? No? So, well, you can find it on Spotify. It's for the older generation, it's from Elvis Presley. Little less conversation, a little bit more action. There's, by the way, also a remake by a Dutch DJ, Junkie XL. Little less conversation and a little bit more action. And what we have tried to do is try to listen to the criticisms we received from the academic community, and that they found actually that there were not enough people with PhDs working for our ministry. They said that they found that their interlocutors didn't speak well enough the language of science. And so we started a PhD track for our diplomats, and we're very eager to see that now. Doesn't maybe sound like a lot, but we've done it for 10 years, so 2 extra PhD positions per year, so diplomats who can get 1 year of study leave to finalize their PhD. And now we have 15 extra PhDs, and we really see that the academic community really values that a lot, so that they see that the diplomats are better in writing terms of references, are better in supervising the research and connecting them to other universities. So yeah, this is how we try to build the capacity. So more PhDs in our ministry.
Great, thank you. And you've been also innovative in terms of science diplomacy instruments. And I want to ask you about the Science Diplomacy Fund that your government launched. And this relates to training in terms of how do we make science diplomacy more explicit or implicit, depending on the situation we're in. What's your experience in terms of engaging with researchers when you put that explicit dimension of science diplomacy? Do they need to have an extra awareness of or training? Erasmus was saying that there needs to be an awareness, perhaps heightened, about how science could be politicized, instrumentalized. Do you see any resistance or sensitivities there by making science diplomacy so explicit?
Okay, well, thanks. And yeah, let me return to what our keynote speaker said, Dr. Lacunza. You know, the recommendations earlier on having more scientific staff and fellows posted at embassies. So the Science Diplomacy Fund finances 20 scientists affiliated to Dutch universities, 2 Dutch embassies. We made a small movie on YouTube, you can check it. Embassy Science Fellows Netherlands, and then you find it. And we ask 20 of our embassies every year to come up with a research question where they think that they can really use scientific advice. Yeah, that's taking place in all types of countries. In the US on the fentanyl crisis, and Geneva on how to make more evidence-based UN organizations, but also yeah, in Africa on how to involve more the youth. So yeah, we are really trying to create this demand, because that's what is lacking, of course, that many embassies or permanent representations don't know what they want to know. So we're in this process of helping them to formulate good research questions, and then work together with our Dutch Research Council to find appropriate researchers who are willing to be based for about 3 or 4 months in those embassies. So yeah, we just try to do it, yeah, action.
Wonderful. And I want to follow on that with Angela now, in terms of the experience of scientists being placed or being caught sometimes in the geopolitical challenges, the barriers to international collaboration. So at the ERC, you surely see on a day-to-day basis what are those challenges, and how scientists, on the one hand, want to maintain academic freedom and preserve scientific independence, and perhaps do not like to be perceived as politicizing research. And of course, you see the barriers to international collaboration with certain countries and regions on a daily basis. So what is the experience on your side from the ERC on this changing role for scientists in Europe and the world?
Thank you, Marga. Thank you, the whole panel, and of course, Anna, and Itzkun, and Gianmarco. It's a pleasure to be here and be part of the family somehow. Well, actually, you're right. There are many issues which are very tricky and sensitive, and for which science diplomacy, hopefully, is at least part of the answer. I will give 2 examples and what ERC in our small, capacity are doing with regard to those 2 examples, but I would like to start with 3 premises for those examples. The first is that science diplomacy needs to be pursued, especially where it is more difficult. We cannot just relax or say, okay, we do science diplomacy, but that conflict, that issue, that technology is very hard to handle, so we put it a little bit under the carpet. No, the point is, do it when it is most important. Second premise is, the balancing of security and freedom is a very ancient philosophical problem that has been given many difficult answers and different answers. Now, when I hear that the biggest threat to academic freedom is foreign interference, therefore we need to help universities to be free from foreign interference, my point is immediately, well, in doing that, let's make sure that the domestic interference doesn't break the academic freedom even before the foreign interference arrives to do so. Third point, research, as it was very pertinently said this morning and this afternoon during the conference, are at the core of academic freedom and are at the core of science diplomacy. Now, we had a beautiful dialogue, actually, in the previous session between Javier and Santiago. Respect our independence. We are Spanish diasporas, but first of all, we are scientists speaking with other scientists, if I interpreted well the call. And the answer was, yes, we give you money, but we do respect your independence. Well, diplomats, per definition, represent their countries. Scientists, not. To be able to have cooperation, scientist to scientist, of course, we are all part of our communities. And I liked very much Martina saying, even the Austrians abroad can get a prize from Austria. It was very nice, indeed. But when you engage in collaboration, part of the ethos of science, again pertinently said by other speakers before, is about science knows no border. The frontiers of science is the pursuit of more knowledge to break the frontiers and go ahead. And this is why I'm very happy to work at ERC, where the point is to support frontier research, meaning pushing the frontiers of science. Now, in that spirit, I will not mention any country in the two examples I will give. And being trained, as most of you, I'm sure, in unconscious bias, I will just let you think, probably you will think I'm speaking about a specific country. Most of the time you're probably right, but I can tell you that for each example, I can think at least of 3 or 4. So you will see whether you can do the same and beat me and think about more. Now, example number 1. How to include or reintegrate researchers in international research networks and collaborations after they have been excluded from those networks and research collaboration for years because of the politics of their government. I'm sure you're thinking about one country now. There are more than one that belong to that categories and their scientific community. Now, what is the problem with this? Well, one of the problems is that paradoxically, by excluding those scientists from international collaboration, we are helping the authoritarians who want to silence them even more. Not only we are giving the possibility to those same authoritarian people of different forms and shapes, I must say, to pose themselves as the only alternative. Look, they are not accepting you, so stick with me. Well, that's not a great success, right? So we have to break that circle. The second is that this has huge impact on science. I can quote examples of topics, not countries, but try to understand climate change. We have the Arctic University here. Try to understand Arctic research by excluding a very big area of the Arctic from our considerations. Try to understand desertification by excluding entire areas of the Middle East. It's not easy. In fact, it's probably not possible. Even in a big data world, and I think it was Stephanie this morning saying, we have a change now because the big data is a different type of ways of doing research than the normal out-of-box of the theoretical person in science. But still, you know, without certain collaboration, even in our big data world, we don't go very much. So what can we do? Well, small but intentional, therefore systematic efforts can help by sticking to people-to-people approaches in science, in distinguishing individuals from institutions. This is not naive. This is a way of decoupling the scientist from the constraints that they can experience in certain countries or institutions. And it's important to create those spaces. Now, ERC, I just take the example of ERC because this is what I'm entitled to give examples from, but of course it's not to say that we are doing it better than anybody else. But what happens is that any scientist from any nationality in the world can apply for grants, but they have to spend part of their time and do the grant in an institution in the European Union or associated country. So this is one way to say, well, look, I want to leave, but I can get the possibility to spend at least a good part of the time elsewhere. Our evaluators, also coming from all parts of the world, of any nationality, again, in individual capacity, as all peer reviewers, of course, are doing, only evaluate proposals on the basis of the scientific quality. It means that discussions that might occur in programs where you need to address social economic policy impacts, and therefore it's more difficult to have, let's say, multiple views from different areas, are simply not part of the conversation. It's just one example. Our colleagues of the Maurice Sklodowska-Curie Actions, I was very happy, of course, to hear the previous sessions, kept people-to-people approaches in their mobility program. It was a struggle, but it's a very good one to have. So kudos to our colleagues. Example 2, well, there are a number of terrible wars going on, destroying entire countries, or regions or places, as you can think about some of them. It's not the first time we have horrible wars, nor in the European continent, nor surely somewhere else. Now, what about considering how to help researchers impacted by those wars? Of course, researchers are part of their society, but we cannot do everything, so let's see how to help the researchers, and maybe through them we can also help a bit those societies. For example, you are a scientist. From one day to another, you're conscribed to the military, where you surely see horrible things, and most likely you do horrible things. Go back to the laboratory, go back to your research as if nothing happens? No, that's not going to happen. So, what do we do, for example, about scientists experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder? There are people living in their country on many different grounds and seeking asylum. As we know, this is an extremely uncomfortable position where to find yourself. So what do we do to help them? If all goes relatively well, you are not amputated or in a post-traumatic stress disorder situation, still you have been at least not doing research because you were taking care of protecting yourself and your loved one or whatever for some months or maybe long, so you suspended your research activity. Well, you're no longer competitive in principle. So what do we do about that? Okay, very small actions. In the European Research Council, we have, as you know, grants for the young researchers, and I was very happy to hear one of the young researchers taking the floor. Well, more than one, but one explicitly, let's put it that way. So for our starting grantees and consolidator grantees, we have a number of extension possibilities, so they can extend the time when they can apply to the grant and not being, let's say, out of the competition because they reached a certain academic age, meaning 2 to 7 years after PhD or 7 to 12 years after PhD. The grounds are long-term sickness. This applies to all, and it applies also to mental health, including post-traumatic stress disorder. National service is one of the possibilities. We introduced some years ago the impacts of major natural hazards. If your laboratory or university has been swept off from a big flood or tsunami, now we are thinking whether to extend to human-made disasters, of which wars are maybe the worst one because intentional. If your university is no longer there, being bombed, or your house is no longer there for some reasons. So these are some of the little things that we are trying to tackle in those examples. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Angela, for these very concrete examples and raising our attention to these very important issues. I would let Dirk-Jan, I think, have a quick reaction to your intervention.
Yes, thank you so much. But I have a confession to make. I do think that we were quite naive. At least my country, in the Netherlands, it's on tape, so it's okay. In the 1980s, there were scientists from all over the world coming to our technical universities, having interest in nuclear sciences, and even they were just researchers, but when they went back to their country, they sold what they found, and one of those countries now has a nuclear bomb. So, I mean, this is taking place, theft, and also of very critical knowledge. So I even see it in my own department. I'm in the social sciences. We have been accepting Chinese students with scholarships, and now we realize that, hey, they're all card-carrying members, and there come strings attached, and it attacks the academic freedom that we experience in our own university. So I do think that science diplomacy can be an important tool, but it's up to the regulators also to really make sure that we regulate, to make sure that these things don't happen. For instance, in our ministry, we have been convoking all the rectors of all the universities to really step up their game in terms of security when they travel to these countries, to make sure that they go with clean laptops, with clean phones, and if we are not telling them how to do that, it's not happening. I mean, so yes, let scientists be scientists, but let's provide rules of the game so they can really be effective scientists. To conclude, I do think that science diplomacy is very important, I think you said that, for all countries, we have seen that especially for the countries which are a bit in between, which it can be very effective. With in between, I mean not too autocratic, so more the middle countries, the middle powers, where you can really use this science to open a space, to create an open space. Because if it's already too far down the line, it becomes very difficult to be effective in our view.
Great, thanks, Dirk-Jan. And this actually, I think, leads very nicely with our last panelist, which is what should science diplomacy training include, and those aspects, and the evolving landscape and how they should be approaching it is very important. And so let me turn to Maria, because you represent what we call boundary organizations that mediate between this supply and demand. DLR has the mandate to implement many of science diplomacy trainings, both for researchers and for diplomats and foreign ministries across Europe. So can you share a bit more what your training consists of? Who do you train? And how do you also deal with these questions on research security? Is part of that curriculum? Is it becoming a central part of your work?
Thank you very much, Marga. Indeed, today I have two hats on. On the one side, I represent my organization, DLR, Project Management Agency, which has 1,600 employees dealing with education, innovation, and research. And our international and European division works with more than 130 countries. So we are indeed at the intersection between policy makers and also scientists. We are advising the Federal Ministry for Education and Research, and last week I was responsible for a training for science attachés for more than 40 German science attachés in Berlin, dedicated on science diplomacy. And the most important and interesting thing was that they have announced the needs to have some concrete exchange on topics with scientists. For example, artificial intelligence or climate change were topics were in interest of the German science attachés. On the other side, I was also very emotional during your keynote, because I think S4D4C was a baby of all of us. And I was very pleased to be included in such activities. At the moment, I'm chairing the task force of the European Science Diplomacy Alliance on capacity building. And this is also a crucial initiative, because I think there is so much experiences in the Science Diplomacy Alliance which could be used for future actions. And I think we exchange a lot in our task force on that, how to use these experiences in the future. And just let me put two concrete examples what has been changed recently in our trainings. First of all, I was very pleased to hear from Catalina Flodi about the cost actions in the previous session, because our European Science Diplomacy Alliance has given 3 trainings for cost project managers. And in the last training, it was in this summer, it was clear that we have to adopt something. It is not only to teach about what is science diplomacy and which stakeholders are involved in science diplomacy actions. It's about to think about how researchers could take responsibility in the field of science diplomacy. And I believe for the future, research security will be a huge topic, so you have mentioned it already. That is the reason why we included a session dedicated on cooperation with China. Advantages, but also challenges in the international cooperation must be considered in such kind of trainings. I believe this is an important topic, and ZSI has prepared a wonderful session. The second topic I would like to underline when we are talking about science diplomacy training is the long-term perspectives, and it has been already mentioned.
trainings on science diplomacy should include somehow a strategic approach from my point of view. Early this year, Institut Pasteur reached out to the Alliance, indeed, and asked us to give a training on science diplomacy, but not the classic training. There is a need to have a strategic approach for organizations. And it was a 2 days training. On the first day, we have, of course, explained the current developments in the field of science diplomacy. On the second day, we have talked about targets, objectives for Institut Pasteur, and actions in the middle and long term. And we have prepared, indeed, a kind of roadmap. And I think such kind of co-creation processes should be included in capacity building activities, because co-creation means for science diplomacy to be integrative, to have different perspectives, and that is what we are talking about. It means to have a creative culture, and last but not least, to have the long-term perspective for actions. And I would like to stop here.
Thanks so much, Maria. So this brings us to the end of the first panel, the first section, the first part of the session. But I would like to ask if anybody has a reaction or a comment to any other intervention before we open up to the audience and the online participants. If everything has been said, then let's turn to our audience. I saw many nodding faces, but also some raising eyebrows. So let's hear from you. I see Pedro in the back. Yes, Pedro? Do we have microphones? Yes. So because the microphone is far away, maybe we start with Stephanie while the microphone reaches Pedro. Oh, but now the microphone has been taken from you. So let's go with Pedro first if the microphone is on the way.
Thank you for this very inspiring panel. It feels to me that it's been tailor-made for my needs, because I teach science diplomacy at the Diplomatic Academy in my country, in Chile. So my question to you all would be, do you see the future career diplomats are more tended towards generalism, general formation and background, or more specialized in certain areas of knowledge? Thank you for that.
Thank you, Pedro. Perhaps, Martina, would you like to react from your perspective?
Thank you very much. I think a foreign ministry will need both, and it will depend on the size of the country and of the foreign ministry. If I can speak for the Austrian as also a diplomat, of course, we are mainly generalists, and we can be sent to all the countries. But of course, it gets more and more technical, and therefore it's welcome that we have diplomats as well that have this specific expertise in science. And if they come in with the masters that I have told you, it's very good. And then we do also provide to the generalists at our academy specific training. So they are already in the foreign ministry, and we do continued training for them in specific areas. So while they are posted in Vienna, but also hybrid, so they are online. We just had such a training last week. So, you know, we had almost 50 colleagues online from San Francisco to Peking. They were all following this class. And so I think, you know, both will be necessary. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to ask Stephanie to say a few words from another professor who's teaching science diplomacy at Sciences Po.
Thank you so much. So actually, just a few comments. I stand, okay. A few comments. First of all, you're right, Marga, we have to talk about actors in science diplomacy. And I think the way we teach at Sciences Po, the way we try to teach at Sciences Po is not to say what science diplomacy is, but what it should be. So we really want to emphasize on the importance of doing research on science diplomacy and really investigating on new areas where we see innovations. And when you look at actors, you really see innovations. How cities, for example, you know that in Geneva, in Barcelona, and elsewhere. So actors is really important. Inventing science diplomacy, which is also a way basically to train diplomats to use imagination in the way they do international relations. So it goes beyond science diplomacy. And research. I really enjoy very much your comments saying that you have an increasing number of PhD students who are going to enter diplomacy. We only have one PhD student in the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It I started last year and happily is in our university. But it looks like a little drop. And I want to say that actually nowadays, whenever you end up being a diplomat or doing something else, having been trained in doing research is extremely useful. You know, knowing what is a research problematic, how do you use data, how do you keep a distance with fact, how do you, create hypotheses, all of this is important, whether you are a science diplomat or not. Really, the skills that we have as scientists are skills that we need when we do policy making.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have one question just in the back.
Thank you. Siegfried Weich from the Management Center, Innsbruck, Austria. Engaged in one of these university alliances, European university alliances, composed out of 8 universities from all over Europe. I would like to address the topic again from the scientist's point of view. We have recently launched a strategic partnership and future branch with Vietnam and have been there with 80 researchers, and we plan more of these branches. Wouldn't be these alliances the natural platforms for science diplomacy, not representing an individual country, but representing European values and interests? And what kind of training would you recommend us for our researchers to do that in a way that they understand the ambiguity between freedom and security, and that they do not enter this field in a naive way, but in a more strategic way, by still maintaining their scientific community spirits?
Thank you. Who would like to tackle this question? Izaskun, we'll start.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the question because while listening to the panel and some of the questions, I realized that very many times, and it's understandable, when we talk about science diplomacy, we try to think about diplomats, career diplomats doing their work, and of course this is part of the conversation. But another part of the conversation is how the research community can become more vocal when it comes to, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't call it diplomacy, but international relations, and how we as researchers put topics on the agenda, on the world agenda. So I think that, of course, and I have thought very much in the European universities alliances as platforms of science diplomacy, because they are and they have to be. And yes, you are not working towards a particular country, but you are a super brand of the European Union, and you are part of the current diplomacy, which is not only done by diplomats, but also done by other actors, and we need to build capacity on that. And why not? These European university alliances could already have some science diplomacy units taking care of precisely what you're saying, training your researchers to be aware of the risks of and opportunities of collaborating with third countries, adding value to what they do from the diplomatic point of view. So I think that there is maybe because I come from the scientific world, this is where I see a huge opportunity. The research community being much more professionalized in terms of, again, maybe it's not diplomatic relations, but international relations.
Thank you. Any other answers?
Yes, responding to some of the comments, we are looking a lot to the next generation, which is great for capacity building, but I would like to invite those working with master students to also look at the career diplomats already, you know, those ambassadors, because that's my biggest problem, to be honest. They often think like, we've done our diplomatic training already, so we don't need to continue to study. But what we see is that doctors, if they want to remain a doctor, they need to get their accreditation points every year, right? Because the field is so rapidly evolving. Or even judges need to do that. If you want to continue to be a judge, you need to get your points. But as a diplomat, apparently, once you've done your training, you can stay for 30 years in the business, and then you become an ambassador. So, but they are trained in things that these days we are not so relevant anymore. Now we need to know, they need to know everything about climate change and negotiations about that. They need to know about quantum and regulations in the quantum sphere. So yes, that would be my invitation to you. Yes, let's focus on the next generation, but let's not forget about the current generation. Thank you.
Fantastic point. Angela.
Well, I think that your question is very important, and I would maybe join my neighbor here and suggest that context awareness is important for both scientists and diplomats. There are diplomats going to countries without knowing nothing of the culture, the history, the language. To me, this is not very good to start discussion with people with whom you need to have diplomatic relations. But the same goes for the scientists. You're going to Vietnam, you're going to, just to take your example, to other places. You're going there to do science in whatever field, but it's good if you are aware of the context of that research. Actually, I have a nice example from Vietnam. European archaeologists working with Vietnamese archaeologists. They start a discovery of a wall. And then the authorities said, oh gosh, no, don't unveil that one because it can rekindle conflicts between the people of the mountains and the people of the coast. So they wanted to stop everything. The lesson was, we are researchers, we need to go for evidence. Let's go for evidence. Okay, the evidence showed that actually the bricks were coming from both the sand and the rocks, so you know what, they were actually building this as a trade route. And at that point, also the authorities came on board. But the point there was, be aware of the context, but stick to what science is, which, as again, some of you said this morning and this afternoon, is about facts are what? Negative and unpatriotic or whatever. But, you know, the point is, do that. I hope it helps. I hope we also agree, actually.
Martina, you want to?
Yes, if I may just add one additional point. The importance of this link between researchers and diplomats in the training. We have set up recently with other members of university a consortium, a project, a pilot project on a training on science diplomacy in French. Because, okay, today it's all in English, but also the question of languages is important. And so this formation hybride sur la diplomatie scientifique francophone is training that we have provided, and for people from African countries, from European countries participating, from North America, from Canada. And this pilot project has been successful. It has underlined many aspects of science diplomacy. But where I want to come to is that these trainings, these should be included in the European diplomatic training. And there are diplomatic trainings, for example, the European Diplomatic Academy. It's also still on a pilot phase, but if it should become permanent as the European Diplomatic Academy, we would very much encourage that it takes up models, trainings that already exist, that have been tested, And like, for example, that one on diplomatie scientifique francophone as an example. So really bring this on the further level, on the European level, and to include this in the training of the European diplomats. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martina. So we now turn, so I have one more question for all of you, but it's actually a question that comes from the audience, so hold for that. I would like to invite our disruptive voice, Laura García Gómez. She is the Counselor for Cultural and Scientific Affairs at the Embassy of Spain in Copenhagen. She has been listening attentively as a career diplomat recently focused on scientific affairs. So please give us your conclusions about this topic, Laura.
Thank you very much, Marga. Happy to hear all these nice comments about diplomats, career diplomats. Okay. They asked for a young Spanish diplomat. I said I'm a diplomat. I don't know about young. I have to use my glasses now. So, okay. So good afternoon. I'll try to be as disruptive as my experience as diplomatic counselor in the Spanish Embassy in Copenhagen as cultural and scientific affairs counselor allows me to be. Science diplomacy has been present in the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs for over 30 years, I hear. But at the time, and for a long time, its main purpose was mainly related to international scientific conventions and treaties. And diplomats dealt with the negotiation and ratification processes, and we're very good at that. It is only in the last decade or so, and very much linked to the development of Association of Spanish Scientists abroad, that a more independent department has taken shape. Since then, to the best of my knowledge, Spanish scientific diplomacy, as Santiago mentioned in the previous panel, is mostly channeled through the associations of Spanish researchers and scientists aiming at keeping their members in touch both between them and with the Spanish institutional, business, and academic and scientific world. Likewise, they are also very helpful in allowing us, official institutions, to understand better the local scientific environment in which we work. However, in a world where the world's most pressing challenges, as we've heard, are related to science, from pandemics to climate change to energy to artificial intelligence, in this world, national scientific diplomacy probably needs to go a step further and focus not only on our scientific diaspora, but also first on the internationalization of our national science and research that is taking place in Spain, and bring that to different countries. But also to anticipate and work on future challenges and see how we can enhance this work and bring it forward. In order to do this, Spanish scientific diplomacy would benefit, in my view, from drawing a renewed policy line with specific objectives and priorities in line with the reality and needs of the national and the European sector. Accordingly, adapting the means, that is, the resources, both human and economic, to this policy would be useful. The former, that is, the human resources, come with training the diplomats, of course, and the policymakers, and the latter with a budgetary increase, which was also mentioned, to back up these policies. Capacity building, however, needs a purpose. Spanish diplomats have interdisciplinary backgrounds, as all diplomats you've said, and the positive side to this is our adaptability to all sorts of positions. I myself have been in multilateral and bilateral diplomacy, in consular affairs, in public diplomacy, and now I am in cultural and scientific affairs. Diplomats are professionals when it comes to connecting and fostering relations, and so long as this is what is asked from us, we're within our comfort zone. But if one aims at reaching beyond the networking with the scientific community, then the proper specific training we need that proper specific training in order to give diplomats the skills and competence they need to deal with scientific areas of interest in the policymakers. And that is of the essence. So I would argue that if the scientific diplomacy is ambitious, if the scientific diplomacy policy is ambitious, and if it identifies specific targets in each country, training diplomats in charge of identifying opportunities and implementing strategies is very relevant. I would also argue, however, that this is a two-way recommendation, as it has been said, that the academic world should also be aware, open, and connected to policymakers to make the dialogue and the cooperation fluid. I would encourage in this sense to continue the development of a strategy that feeds embassies with clear priorities so that a virtuous circle of targets and feedback is created. Otherwise, embassies can inform about many different events and interesting developments with no practical follow-up. Clear strategies with objectives and priorities, identified areas of interest, are key to well-trained diplomats who can then make a difference in the implementation of these policies. Otherwise, we miss many opportunities that scientific diplomacy offers. Furthermore, I want to enhance the role of the private sector and companies, which is ever increasing in this field. So public and private go hand in hand more than ever in this sense. Denmark is at the forefront of many scientific areas. I'll give two concrete examples of enormous opportunities of scientific diplomacy to finish. The first is related to quantum science, already mentioned by the Swiss State Secretary this morning. The Niels Bohr Institute of Copenhagen University and the Novo Nordisk Foundation work in close cooperation with research groups from leading universities and industries from the US, the Netherlands, Canada, among others, and they are funding the first quantum computer project so that the quantum computer is expected to be fully functional by 2034, presenting a huge opportunity for businesses within the lifeline science sectors. On the other hand, we know that the Barcelona Supercomputing Center recently released news on installing a new quantum computer that will strengthen its role as one of Europe's leading supercomputer centers, as well as the development of artificial intelligence-based research and innovation in Spain. So here's an area for cooperation and for work, and for very precise work and fine engineering. A second area of interest in Denmark is the Startup Hub that is embedded in the DTU, the Danish Technical University, with over 200 people working in it. We visited the university, and it is a world full of opportunities to create synergies related also to the Spanish law of startups from 2022, I believe, which creates the framework for tax and labor incentives to attract investments and to encourage emergent technology-based companies. So here's another area where we could also make connections and be a great help to develop a policy. So a world full of challenges and opportunities, targeted education here is paramount to make the most of them. Spanish love quotes, so I'll finish with what Seneca said: if a man knows not which port he sails to, no wind is favorable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura, for this very comprehensive and actionable list of recommendations. We take note of that, and actually that's the last question I would like to ask the panelists today. And it's a question that actually comes from the online audience, relating to the group, or the working group on science diplomacy capacity building, which is co-chaired by Martina and JC. I would like to ask you if you could have one priority for the group, what it would be, and then combining that with the question from the audience in terms of, are we going to try to align the national science diplomacy training approaches of the EU member states with the umbrella EU science diplomacy capacity building approach? And let's start with Angela.
Well, first of all, in order to do capacity building, you need to have the framework conditions. So the framework condition for me is keep the connectivity. The second is how you do capacity building, and we discussed about going beyond silos, within and across profession, within and across countries and culture. So be aware and nurture diversity, unconscious bias, and the rest that goes with it to have a conscious and context-aware science diplomacy capacity building. I hope.
Thank you.
Yeah, one key word for me would be equitable partnerships between the West and the Global South. I think that has been a very challenging topic for our diplomats and for our university. So I think we might need some capacity building in that.
Thank you very much. I don't want to preempt the work of the working group and already give them, the direction. But personally, I think the most important, of course, is training. And training should be also underpinned and with the necessary financial support. So both is essential, I think, to keep in mind. Thank you.
I think a lot of things has been already mentioned. I would like to take something from the session on the previous day, linkage between scientific and diplomatic world, and I think we have to give suitable platforms for exchange among the different worlds, and I will leave it by that.
Yeah, thank you. I think in terms of capacity building, I mean, there are many ways to construe capacity building, and we heard beyond the individual, there's also the institutional capacity building and everything that goes with it also. And as an academic, I'm going to say the word funding also for pursuing the research that we need to do to inform science diplomacy. But just to say, and Marga, we've discussed this, it's also research that looks into what is needed to do that training, what are the knowledge and skills for catering to various audiences. And just as a last word also on research, I think we do need to co-produce research in terms of understanding the community of diplomats, community of scientists, bringing them in the same room, which is what's happening today, but we need more of that, and I commend DEC for providing this opportunity, but really the co-development of research, because this is where we'll understand gaps and needs and what is needed to foster capacity building within the EU science diplomacy. Thank you.
Well, I would like to see a clear message from the European Union that knowledge brokers are wanted desperately and that they are going to be somehow nurtured by the European Commission. So I really want to stress the idea of a program, an exchange program, in which researchers could basically spend 1 year time in a ministry, in the European External Action Service, you name it, in the European Commission. I very much like the idea of Dirk of actually going on a mission to actually solve a problem that the demand side needs. I very much like this because there is a risk otherwise of creating some antibodies of somebody coming to your work without having really asked for it. But I think that we really need the next move, which is a clear message that knowledge brokers are going to be somehow fostered in the European Union.
Fantastic. So the wish list has been set for the co-chairs, for Gianmarco. So a lot of work ahead. Please join me in thanking this wonderful panel and then welcoming the last section.
And the wonderful moderator, I would add.
Thank you. Lo habéis hecho antes, yo creo. Thank you, Marga, and all the guest speakers for this discussion. So as we bring our 2 days of engaging discussions to a close, I want to express our gratitude for the insightful and valuable contributions from each participant. Thank you very much. So to wrap up our proceedings, it is my pleasure to welcome Gianmarco Müller and Ana Elorza, who will share some closing remarks and reflections on the discussions we've had. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to them, Gianmarco and Ana Elorza. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dear friends?
No.
We're coming to the final part. So Anna and I are going to show some sort of a summary of all our discussions. And of course, we are going to pretend now that everything has been written while we were in the final panel. And afterwards, we're still going to have some words from the incoming Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU. And obviously then the closing ceremony by the organizers. So if we can have the next slide. So this is a kind of a summary which we want to suggest here and which we would then also publish. It has a kind of preamble which says that invited by the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union and the European Commission, representatives of a wide range of stakeholders, including governments, international organizations, academia, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector, gathered in Madrid on the 18th and 19th of December 2023 to discuss a European approach to science diplomacy. And the following are the main outcomes of the discussion.
Okay, so given the rapidly evolving geopolitical and scientific technological landscape, Europe needs to act strategically and develop an ambitious European framework for science diplomacy.
And this framework should build on the impressive legacy of European science diplomacy and the number of existing activities and initiatives at EU level and the member states.
This framework should harness the expertise and the skills of the fast-growing community of European science diplomacy scholars and practitioners.
This framework should identify synergies and maximize the EU added value of collaborative action, including through appropriate linkages between research and foreign policy instruments, creating spaces for interaction between the scientific and diplomatic communities.
This framework should serve to define the principles on which European science diplomacy action should be based, building on the EU global approach to research and innovation.
This framework should reimagine European science diplomacy in a fragmented, multipolar world and reflect on its use as a soft and as a hard power, based on the concept of being as open as possible, but as closed as necessary.
This framework should reflect on how European diplomacy can become more strategic, effective, and resilient through the use of scientific evidence and foresight, including by enabling diplomacy to deal with the opportunities and risks of disruptive technologies.
This framework should facilitate the development of science-based solutions for tackling the increasing pressures by public and private actors on the global commons, such as the Arctic, the oceans, and low Earth orbit, and support a rules-based multilateralism.
And this framework should leverage the impact of research and innovation to tackle the systemic global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental pollution, and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, thereby creating better livelihoods for all.
This framework should strengthen the role of science diplomacy in EU and member state diplomatic missions, including through science counselors, and foster the EU's global science diplomacy outreach, e.g. by engaging with scientists and the diaspora and alumni of mobility schemes.
This framework should foster the EU relations with the European neighborhood, building on the successful example of the Partnership for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean area, PRIMA, as well as with strategic partners in world regions such as Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, and the Indo-Pacific region.
And this framework should serve to foster capacity building for European science diplomacy through the training of scientists, diplomats, and those working at the interface, as well as by advancing the frontiers of science diplomacy through interdisciplinary research, including social sciences and humanities.
Big applause.
There's one more. There's one more.
One more?
So we hope that these bullet points somehow summarize our discussions. At the end of this little document, we would put this paragraph. We look forward to the recommendations to be developed by the recently established science diplomacy working groups and invite the European Commission, the European External Action Service, and member states to consider these when reflecting about the scope of a future European framework for science diplomacy. And then there will be a little disclaimer at the end, obviously, that of course this text reflects the discussions at the first European Science Diplomacy Conference. It does not necessarily represent the position of the European Commission, of the government of Spain, of your employers, or any of the conference participants. So it's really, of course, to be understood really as a summary of our discussions here, which hopefully will then inform the science diplomacy working groups.
If I may improvise here 1 second, I would like to announce that Gianmarco Muller was appointed today as the ISC Fellow, International Science Council Fellow, for his contribution to science as a public good. This is really a very important appointment. There's very few in the world, and I would like really to give an applause to him because he deserves it. Okay, so we are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, everything we owe to you and all your engagement, and we hope that you will continue as engaged as we have seen you during this conference. And now, Leire, again for the next point. Okay, thank you.
And congratulations, Gianmarco. So as we transition from the Spanish presidency to the Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union, the ongoing commitment to science diplomacy will persist and evolve. To shed light on the approach during the Belgian presidency, please join me in welcoming Lionel Bonjean, Director General of the Walloon Public Service for Economy, Employment and Research of Belgium. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dear representatives of the different Spanish, European, and international administrations, the directors and general secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today, representing the Walloon Minister of Research, Willy Borsu, on behalf of Belgium to discuss such an important topic, science diplomacy. Let me begin by thanking the Spanish presidency for inviting me to close this conference, the first of its kind. It is a great honor for me. I will take this opportunity also to mention a few points from the future Belgian presidency of the European Union, which starts in only 2 weeks. But first, a leap into the past. Created few centuries ago, academies are, in my view, the pioneers of scientific diplomacy. In 1666, l'Académie des Sciences in Paris, which is the oldest. In 1769, the Belgian Royal Academy, the Real Academia de Ciencias Exactas Físicas y Naturales de España in 1847. And the Ivorian Academy, founded in 2003, one of the most recent. Everywhere in the world, we know what an academy is. Its role is essential to encourage and protect the spirit of research, to contribute to the progress of science and of their applications. With their international correspondence and their collaborations across borders, these venerable institutions are at the forefront of science diplomacy. Exchanges, partnerships, trainings, collaborative researches. Through these missions, academies play a central role in science diplomacy. They act as a platform for international collaboration, for the promotion of cutting-edge research, and for solving global problems through science and innovation. Science diplomacy also has its roots in the creation of UNESCO in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. However, it was not until less than 15 years ago that the science diplomacy became an explicit concept. But what does this term cover? We evoked it during the last few hours. It's a specific field of international relations where the interest of science intersect with those of foreign policy in general. The term was defined in 2010. Science diplomacy is the use of scientific interactions between states to solve common problems that humanity is facing and to build constructive international partnerships based on knowledge. Admittedly, like any definition, this one is open to interpretation and to adaptation. Some see in science diplomacy as the interest of values that a country wishes to promote internationally. This sense of power can give an academic and university cooperation policy that creates alliances or, on the contrary, limits some competition. Over the past 15 years, science diplomacy has emerged as a distinct focus within public policies. It has also become an emerging theme in academic research fields. Indeed, the increasing complexity of environmental challenges such as climate change or ecological transition, as well as health and societal challenges, needs a scientific presence in national and international governance. The scientific contribution provides evidence and expertise to support political decision-making. Before giving two examples of Belgian-specific science diplomacy, it is my duty to refer here shortly to Professor Luc van Langenhoof's report on tools for an EU science diplomacy back in 2017. I also like to bring in here the importance of cooperations on large research infrastructures among scientists or even among private sector from different regions, neighborhoods or beyond, as was highlighted recently in the Tenerife Declaration under the Spanish presidency. The first example, the Princess Elizabeth Polar Station in Antarctica. As you may know, as early as 1898, Belgium reached the South Pole with an international crew that became stuck in the ice for over a year. Today, the polar base hosts scientists from all French-speaking and Flemish research academic units, as well as from our federal scientific institutes. They are not alone. Swiss, American, French, Luxembourgish researchers, and many others are also involved. Ministers, parliamentarians, and foreign heads of states have also been on this continent and in the Belgian base. Every Oswald winter, an international team travels to the polar station to conduct research. This is still the case since early December. Japan, Germany, and Switzerland are part of the expedition. The second one, underlining the fact that science diplomacy is a part of a series of regional action, the network of scientific and academic advisors from the French-speaking part of Belgium and the Global Science and Technology Offices of Flanders. The French-speaking network consists of 10 agents spread across 3 continents, in New York, Sao Paulo, and Montreal, in Geneva, Munich, Paris, Stockholm, and Madrid since the 1st of September. Every person knows Vasily, I think. In Geneva, I said, in London and Tokyo starting next year. Their main mission is to promote and facilitate collaborations between the research and innovation actors of the French-speaking part of Belgium and those of partner countries. As I just mentioned, we have opened a position in the Spanish capital a few weeks ago. Why? To reinforce partnerships with Spanish universities and Spanish research centers and the presence of our research actors at events organized in the most innovative regions of the country, and to develop monitoring in Portugal, especially for digital matters. From the Flemish side, one of the top priorities is to put Flanders firmly on the technology map and support for Flanders-based players in marketing their innovations internationally. The worldwide network of science and technology offices plays a key role here. In the US, New York, Palo Alto; in Europe, Paris, London, Copenhagen, Munich; in Asia, Mumbai, Singapore, Guangzhou, and Tokyo. Each science and technology office is responsible for a geographic focus area and emphasizes one or more of the three focus domains: digital tech, health tech, and/or climate tech. All initiatives, whether regional, national, or international, that push the boundaries are certainly commendable. I'm thinking of INSIDE, for inventing a shared science diplomacy for Europe, and also of S4D4C, using science in diplomacy for addressing global challenges, or ELCSID, for European leadership in cultural science and innovation diplomacy, coordinated by the Vrije Universiteit van Brussels. Last July, in Santander, at the end of the European Research Ministerial Council, Mr. Lemaitre, Director General of the European Commission, said, "I'm pleased to see that today all member states have shown great ambition to be the European framework for science diplomacy. The various working groups, mixed diplomats and research and innovation specialists will be instrumental to structure the needed common framework. They meet until mid-2024 to formulate actionable recommendations. Like you, I look forward to learning about them, and I'm sure that these 2 days will have been a source of inspiration. I'm indeed convinced that in our interconnected society, unlike any previous eras in human history, science diplomacy can provide solutions to the risk of political, economic, and cultural instability. This includes the delicate current balance between economic prosperity, well-being, and environmental preservation over multiple generations. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to now address the Belgium agenda. As I mentioned, the challenges we face today are increasingly complex and require interdisciplinary and collaborative approaches at all levels. Belgium will focus on 3 priorities that are: firstly, the open strategic autonomy. The Belgian presidency will stress the importance of research and innovation in strengthening and modernizing the European industry to achieve more open strategic autonomy in health, clean tech, food, digitalization, and disruptive and key enabling technologies, such as artificial intelligence, advanced materials, or life science technologies. These disruptive and innovative technologies are crucial for the decarbonization and digitalization of the European industry and substantially impact many aspects of society. It is also important, I think, that all stakeholders be involved in this decision-making process, in particular, researchers and innovators. We also must secure the industrial deployment of our new technologies to support productivity and growth. Then, the valorization of research results. Belgium will also address the issues and opportunities related to the valorization of research results, aiming to better disseminate research knowledge outside purely scientific circles. This will notably reduce the innovation gap, reflect over the valley of debt, and better connect ecosystems, leading towards the EU industrial recovery, but also, more generally, to promote a society in which science fully plays its driving role. Developing our regional innovation ecosystems based on smart specialization strategies and interconnecting them across Europe has a strong potential to shape new key EU value chains and trans-European initiatives, and to better connect innovators with the European markets. The European Union has a role to play in facilitating such cross-regional collaborations. Furthermore, we see a huge potential in a better connection between European, national, and regional policies to support the development of those innovative ecosystems. And finally, the third, the reinforcement of research and innovation in our societies. More generally, Belgium will promote a society where science can play its key role, and where citizens' trust in it will be strengthened. My country will also pay particular attention to STEAM and science communication, for which 2 conferences will be organized. To conclude my speech, I would like to recall that the Belgian presidency, and in hand with the Commission, will organize the conference on the multilateral dialogue on principles and values for international cooperation in research and innovation in Brussels. This meeting will follow the informal meeting of research ministers held on 14th and 15th of February 2024. This conference, during which the signing of a ministerial declaration is planned, will highlight all the progress made over the past 2 years on this essential theme in the current geopolitical context. The so-called Brussels Declaration will highlight the following points. First, calling for the sustainability of the multilateral dialogue as a global platform for constructive and collaborative engagement in a changing world, by continuing the open exchange of views, experiences, and best practices, including the participation of representatives of the research communities and the private sector. Considering the possibility of welcoming additional countries from different regions of the world to join the multilateral dialogue. Agreeing on an approach for further action and encouraging work on a roadmap to move towards a common understanding of the principles and values relevant for international research and innovation cooperation in a respectful and balanced manner. Encouraging a good coordination and greater synergies with the work of other organizations working in this area, such as UNESCO, the OECD, the International Science Council, the G7, the G20, and other international fora and international cooperation initiatives for keeping a global perspective. Belgium is convinced that science diplomacy makes it possible to use science as a means of strengthening links between nations, solving global challenges, and promoting peace and global prosperity. Indeed, science transcends borders and can be a powerful catalyst for progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to remember that we are bound by a common destiny and a common goal. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient and united Europe for the benefits of all our citizens. Belgium is ready to take up this challenge, and we look forward to working closely with our European partners in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation, and also the Belgian touch with conviviality. Thank you very much. I said.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Bonjean. So we will proceed now to the closing session. For that, we will have first some closing remarks from Cristina Russo, from the Director General of Research and Innovation of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I was very pleased to be yesterday with you in Madrid. Unfortunately, I had to go to Brussels today for a meeting, and I'm very pleased to address you from Brussels. First of all, let me thank the forthcoming Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union for having put conviviality at the core of the agenda of the presidency, but also for having put the international cooperation, multilateral dialogue within the context of the global approach, And within this framework, science diplomacy also at the core of its work. On the side of the European Commission, we have been very happy to participate and to stimulate, together with the current Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, these very exciting 1.5 days of discussion where we discussed in several fora, be it in plenary session, in separate sessions, the potential for a European framework for science diplomacy. And what I wanted to say here, my main message is that we have been listening very carefully to the views which have been expressed during this day and a half. We have taken note of the very rich discussions that took place, discussions that managed to put together scientists and diplomats. And out of this discussion, what we take is that there is a strong support for a European framework for science diplomacy, and you can be sure that we will continue to lead the work in order to develop, together with all the European member states, relevant stakeholders, this European framework for science diplomacy. As you know, we have set up some science diplomacy working groups, and we will now work with those working groups that put together diplomats and scientists, and we will have their kickoff meetings in January so that they can actually start to do the more technical work based on the discussions that took place also during this 1.5 days of conference. I can say that I believe it is really a great success. I've seen also the conviviality, the atmosphere, the passion which was expressed yesterday. And I would like to make a very, very special thanks to the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, which is represented by the Spanish Ministry for Science, Innovation and Universities. And let me say, on a professional, on a personal point of view, my very, very special thanks to the Director General for Research Planning of the Ministry, Gonzalo Arevalo Nieto, for the great cooperation that we had for the organization of this event, for the content of that we discussed in this event, but also for the very, very good cooperation that we had throughout all the 6 months of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union. I also would like to thank David González Martínez, the Counselor for Science and Innovation at the EU Permanent Representation in Brussels, currently chairing the research working group at the Council of Ministers, for the excellent cooperation, for all the work related to science diplomacy and going beyond that. I also would like to thank the Spanish Ministry for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation for having supported this conference, but also for having put science diplomacy at the political agenda of the Spanish Foreign Affairs. Without the support also of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we would not have been there today. Speaking of thanks, I think that a big thanks go to the Fundación Ramón Areces for having hosted this conference in the fabulous premises in which I had the chance to be yesterday, and for having provided all the technical support on site. And of course, thanks to the organizing team, including on the European Commission side. Let me highlight the great work done by Jan-Marco Müller, who is very devoted to science diplomacy. And we have seen that with all his endeavors, together with the colleagues on the Spanish side, and in particular Ana Elorza and Izaskun Lacunza, have been able to develop all this movement, those discussions that have gathered us during this day and a half, and have been so rich. And thanks to their work, now we have a lot to bring home. I think that these 2 days really have enriched which were our beliefs, our vision of science diplomacy. And as mentioned, we will now need to work on that and to develop this so needed European science diplomacy framework agenda. Let me also thank all the participants to this conference, the one which participated in person and the one which participated online. And I think that all together we can really move forward in this very important field. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, please welcome for the closing remarks Santiago Sierra from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation. Please, Santiago.
Well, dear friends, first of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, and the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation for the Development, I take the floor in the first place to thank the co-organizers who have so gracefully organized this fruitful meeting, the European Commission, dear Gianmarco, the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities, la Fundación Española para la Ciencia y la Tecnología, la FECIT, and the Ramon Areces Foundation, who is hosting us today in the magnificent premises. In these closing remarks, please let me pick up a little bit of the conclusions of the topics that have been the object of discussion in today's panels, and let me also put forward and elaborate a little bit on the headlines of our priorities for 2024 in full alignment with the priorities on science diplomacy of the European presidency. We intend, in the first place, to strengthen our alliance with the other actors of the Spanish science, technology and innovation system, since, as we have repeatedly said during our meeting, we cannot work in silos any longer. We want to intensify our commitment with SDG 5, to foster the presence of women in STEM careers worldwide. We want to increase our activity with the private sector, the business world and civil society as a whole, working to ensure a more intense and transparent transfer of knowledge and a science open to the participation of as many people as possible. We intend to boost the European agenda for science diplomacy, and of course we will continue to advance along the path laid out by the Madrid Declaration of 2018. We will continue to carry out activities that favor an energy and sustainable transition in line with the European Green Pact. We will advocate the use of knowledge and scientific evidence to increase citizens' well-being and to strengthen democracy by improving the quality of public policies here in Spain, in the European Union, and in third countries. We intend to contribute to better connecting geographically dispersed innovation ecosystems, facilitating cross-border collaboration, and we'll work to strengthen the sustainable, efficient, and peaceful use of oceans and space. We want to focus on the ecological transition with particular emphasis on water, sustainability, and climate change. The digital transition is also of utmost relevance for us, especially at a time when we are facing the great challenge of artificial intelligence and ethical challenges and dilemmas in the field of neuroscience. We must strive to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that all people have proper access to the benefits of new technology. We want to foster the transfer of innovation and knowledge from laboratories to companies and to the private sector, taking advantage of the synergies that our network of embassies can generate between academia, the SMEs, multinational companies and scientists. We will continue to promote the multidisciplinary approach between culture and science, which is one of our brands in the Spanish cooperation. Our diplomatic counselors in the embassies also deal with international cultural relations, and we strongly believe in that interaction. We will also pursue activities related to personalized and precision medicine and to the joint fight against epidemics and pandemics and other threats to global health. We will strengthen our commitment to the diversity of languages in science along the lines of UNESCO's 2021 Open Science recommendation to ensure that research results can benefit all societies and peoples and contribute to the effective reduction of inequalities. We have elaborated a lot today on capacity building and training for diplomats and for scientists. We must bring both communities together in order to work for our common goal.
I would like to thank once again the Commission for having involved so many actors in the working groups for the European framework of science diplomacy in such an extensive, comprehensive and inclusive way. This has also helped us raise awareness among our colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about science diplomacy, and a great number of fellow diplomats have volunteered to take part in this exercise. To cap it all, we are convinced that this is still a long way to go, but indeed, we are advancing altogether in the correct direction. Thank you very much.
And now our final guest speaker, Mr. Gonzalo Arévalo, Director General for Research Planning of the Ministry for Science, Innovation and Universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leire. Well, thanks, Lionel Fonjean, for accepting the invitation of coming here and being with us in order that we can have a good liaison among our presidencies, as we did for many other events. Thank you also, I have to say, to Cristina Russo for the nice words that she had for me, but also I take this as for the whole team that it is behind. Thank you, Santiago, also for your words and for your points that you identified also as key points for the future. I think that we can be very happy with the work of launching together from the European Union and from the member states this first European Conference on Science Diplomacy. I would think this is only the beginning, I would say, and I'm sure that many similar conferences will come in the future. I want to also thank all the participants and all the speakers. I didn't have the chance to be the whole 2 days here, but what I hear was really inspiring, and I think gives us very good messages that we can incorporate in our agenda. It has been a truly inspiring conference, and I would say the cherry on the cake of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Almost the cherry, because I would say what is next. It has been 6 months, somehow exhausting, I have to say, but also very fruitful, rewarding, and I think that not only for my country, but also for the European research area, and this was our aim, in which we were able to cover many sectorial issues related to research and innovation, such as culture and creative industries, science for policy, personalized medicine, energy, oceanography, or space, while at the same time working on other elements more from the research and innovation field, like open science, research infrastructures, and researchers' mobility, among others. More than 40 different events through the whole country that we will conclude in a couple of days in Barcelona with the inauguration of the Mare Nostrum 5 high-performance computer. Science diplomacy and science for policy have been two main priorities for my country during our presidency. And the best proof of this is that science diplomacy was, as was referred by the Secretary of State yesterday, one of the two political debates at the formal meeting of ministers in July and September. For me now, July seems like 4 or 5 years ago, and with the celebration of this conference. And in the case of Science for Policy, we have had the chance to celebrate a national event, also big key players of the European conference this last autumn, and also we finished only 10 days ago with the approval of the Council conclusions that focus on these matters. These 2 days, we have witnessed a very unique conference, one in which professionals from different areas get together in order to discuss a new approach to the way we do things. How can diplomacy better incorporate scientific knowledge for better addressing global challenges and for a stronger European diplomacy, and how our science ecosystems can adapt and become an asset, I would say an intangible asset, because I'm an economist and it's an asset difficult to measure for diplomatic purposes. I want to express again the full commitment of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities in the construction of a European Union science diplomacy framework. We are stronger together, as was said by my fellow colleague from Belgium. And this framework will be useful for our member states to develop our own science diplomacy systems in full synergy with the European Union. During these 2 days, it has been highlighted the great amount of work already done. And also, we have, or you, because as I say, I was here just in some intervals, you have drafted together the way forward. Nevertheless, I think that we still have a long trip to do together. As it has been shown during the wrap-up session, the world faces great geopolitical and scientific changes and challenges, and a strong European Union science diplomacy can become crucial for facilitating a prosperous future. We, as member states, are willing to contribute to the European science diplomacy framework and to coordinate efforts with the other member states, the European External Action Service, the European Commission, and certainly with our colleagues like Santiago and his team from the Foreign Affairs Ministries. Indeed, tomorrow, we don't finish here, we continue tomorrow, because we celebrate the 8th Spanish National Science Diplomacy Coordination Meeting, the 8th, so this means that we started some years ago. Rest assured that the results of this conference will permeate and enrich the discussions. Let me thank again the European Commission, thank you Gianmarco, the Ramon Areces Foundation, Ramon and Raimundo, my colleagues at the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. I think that here are Paco, Inma, Ana and Armela. I hope I don't forget, and Marta, I saw Marta that entered later on. At least they are them. If I forget someone, please forgive me, but I won't be able to focus all the entrance. And all the organizers and the speakers for this successful conference. Let me also especially thank the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, not only for the support to hold this conference, but for being a key element for being able to address such an ambitious agenda during this semester. Without them and their spirit, we would not have been able to reach so far. And here I have to say, Ana Elorza is, I think, the most the trending word in this conference, but also Izaskun and Leire, and also I know that they are there, Julio, Virginia, Gabriel, and Sabrina, and I would like if we can clap them because they have done an enormous work. And let me add a personal note here, because today is my last day as the General Director for Research Planning at the Ministry. And certainly, I have to say that I'm very lucky, and as I have had the chance to close this period here under, as I said, almost the last event of our presidency. I am also very honored for the responsibility that was given to me, thanks to the team I have had, not only at the Ministry, but through the whole Spanish research and innovation system, we were able to meet our goals. Thank you to all. And also, as the disruptive voice from our embassy on Copenhagen, I also have a phrase from a poem from Antonio Machado. It's very well known in Spain that says, "Caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar." That means that everything in our life is not determined. I'm also a statistician, and it is not determined, but we are the ones that determine how the things evolve and write our own pathway and destination. This applies to our presidency, but also applies to the real life. And now, actually, in order to real finish, I wish all of you a very happy and Merry Christmas with all your families, and the best for the new year with more peace and health, for which science and diplomacy are certainly facilitators. Many thanks, and have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gonzalo, for your kind words. It has been a pleasure to work with you all these years, and I'm sure we will work together again in the near future. So now that we are closing our two-day conference, I just want to thank all of you for being here on site in Madrid, and also to our virtual audience. And I think everything has been said. I just hope to see you in the next European Science Diplomacy Conference. Thank you very much.